this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam! It gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. And I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything, mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan, hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.
Everyone goes for knight g6, but I don't get it.
Instantly.
If takes, did he miss this as a check? Because
even Hikaru doesn't understand what's just happened. What is
we
that?
see Hikaru's patented questioning look there.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, what?
No, this has gone horribly wrong. Horrible. It was dangerous already. I can't even see how you stay in the game. He's never going to be in turn to take. Go bishop f4, take on g5, take on h6. Seems like another Armageddon in the making. Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the second day of the quarterfinals here at the Lindores Abbey Rapid Challenge. We have two exciting matches today. One of them is the world champion. He is facing Wesley So. Carlsen versus So. Sounds like a clear match on paper, but we all know how hard Wesley So is to defeat in even a single game. Then we have the matchup between two Russians. Sergei Karjakin, former vice world champion, is facing Daniel Dubov, the former rapid world champion. And that's a spicy matchup. Daniel Dubov eliminated Sergei Karjakin from the World Cup in 2017, when Dubov was a bigger underdog against Karjakin than he is now. So it should be pretty exciting, and I am delighted to not have to watch all this excitement all by myself. But I am being joined by an icon, a legend, a man that's been an inspiration for me for years and years. At the same time, one of the most down-to-earth people you could ever meet in this industry. However, Lawrence Trent is still muted, so welcome, Peter Svidler.
Hey there, Jan. How are you doing?
How are you? Wow, what's going on there? You got the tie, the new background, the microphone, shining.
All of these things were sort of there, but they were well hidden, and now they are displayed prominently. In particular, the tie, of course. It's today is a non-casual Sunday.
For sure. So, Peter, we are not only talking about two hopefully exciting quarterfinal matches today. It's also Heritage Chess Day for Russian chess. Every day we cover the heritage of either one of the players or one of the countries featured in this very event. Do you know anything about Russian chess? What can you tell us?
A little bit, yes. I also looked through the article published on our website, which covers a brief history of chess in Russia. I know the person who wrote the article quite a bit. We played in the same junior tournaments in St. Petersburg. He's a very nice guy and does know a lot about chess history. Russia has clearly tons of chess history going back to the Middle Ages, but the two
When did they start playing chess? This is a serious question because I'm uneducated with all this heritage talk. What's the first games published or documented? Do we know that stuff?
Games published, I'm not entirely sure. I did, as I mentioned, I did skim the article on the website, and archaeological excavations have unearthed chess sets dating back to the 11th century, so quite a long time ago. But as for publishing, I guess the first name that comes to mind bearing in mind I'm no kind of chess historian at all, would be the name of Petrov, I guess, and then Chigorin, and then in the 20th century, the two people on whose ideas and heritage the fabled Russian chess school is built, I think, are Alekhine and Botvinnik, and everything that followed could be traced, I think, to what they left behind, both in terms of structural learning of the game, and in case of Alekhine, who obviously had his own disagreements with the Soviet regime, general approach to the game itself.
Interesting. And you've been doing kind of well since, no? And by you, I mean the Soviet chess school.
Yeah,
like Smyslov, Tal, Petrosyan, Karpov, Kasparov. Some names come to mind.
yeah, definitely. And the first few names on that list were all had to fight Botvinnik as a kind of a arch. The end boss, the raid boss of the the 50s and the 60s was definitely Mikhail Botvinnik, who earned the title of patriarch for obvious reasons. And we have been doing quite well at the game. And after the split of the Soviet Union, if you use Olympiads as a benchmark, we have not been doing as well as we have done in the 20th century, but there is still good representation, I think.
It wasn't exactly for lack of star power, even when you didn't win the Olympiads, right?
Yeah, exactly. But still, it's I don't think anybody really talks about Russian dominance of the chess scene as people definitely did about the Soviet powerhouse of, I don't know, starting from the 50s, I would guess, and going into the late 90s. But we're still doing fine. Yeah, I don't think much PT needs to be spared.
Speaking of Russian dominance, who's the record winner of Russian chess championships? Any standout names there?
That's a very, very young tournament. No records are really being kept because it's not even 50 years old.
Ah, okay. So it's probably like Grishuk or someone, yeah, who must have won it a ton of times.
Absolutely.
Got it. Then, of course, there's the new generation of Russian chess, featuring stars like, it depends how we define new generation, but yeah, Karjakin, Nepomniachtchi, Andreikin, Dubov, Artemiev. And we have two of these guys playing each other today in Karjakin versus Dubov. What can you tell us about these fine young men?
I got slightly distracted because to me, I know it's a really, really tired horse I'm trying to beat into the ground here, but I actually need to consult the websites for this to figure out their ages relative to each other, because to me they all are kind of the generation after mine. But I think there should be at least two distinct generations after the one I feel I belong to, and Dubov and Karjakin probably belong to different ones.
Well, there's the 1990s boys. No, I also skimmed the article. Nepomniachtchi, Karjakin, Andreikin, they were all born in 1990. And Dubov is what, like 24 years old, so he must be born, I don't know, 96?
96, yeah. So he is probably sort of the herald of the new group, to which you could also include some other names. Alexeyenko obviously would be one name, and
was he the herald? Artemiev was higher rated.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm using as usual, I'm using longer words than I need to and more words than I need to. That's going to be a feature, not a bug. But yeah, we've been talking about him quite a bit. You definitely spent more time in close quarters with him than I have. But I'm on very good terms with him as well. We've hung around, we hung out enough, and he is so far, his one biggest achievement is winning the world title in St. Petersburg in the World Rapids, and that is a very, very big achievement, obviously, because these tournaments are these days they attract pretty much everybody in the world. Nobody misses out, and winning against that field is extremely difficult. But despite that, to my mind, I always feel that his the thing he is likely to be remembered for and spoken about because of is his creativity and his ability to find ideas in positions which seem to have been exhausted. And
I thought you were getting to the Balenciaga sweater.
That as well, and also I'm sure the abs will make an appearance sometime during this stream. But
so ripped.
He is very, very ripped for.
But is he a favorite against Sergei Karjakin?
I think before this tournament started, I would have maybe went out on a limb and said maybe yes. But this tournament saw the return of the A+ Karjakin model. Mm-hmm. The Karjakin who cares, the Karjakin who actually tryhards or tries hard, depending. Yeah, also known as Sergei Karjakin, basically. The way Sergei played in the round robin, not very many people are favored against him, to be honest. So I'm assuming my normal on the fence position here, but I still feel that in their personal matchup, I think Daniel has a good shot because he is one of the people I think who are capable of surprising Karjakin in the opening and actually getting something out of the opening against the extremely solid repertoire that Sergei has. I think it's very, very important to get good positions against Sergei out of the opening, because if he gets the types of positions he likes and if he is sort of untroubled early on in the game, I think it's very, very difficult to win a game against him when he's playing well. But we'll see. Yeah, it's Karjakin qualified absolutely effortlessly, and Dubov qualified by a Herculean effort of pretty much beating Magnus on demand with the black pieces. So they had very different path to this quarterfinal, but you could also make the argument that the emotional high of actually winning that game against Carlsen to qualify would make Dubov sort of the happier of them to be here.
Speaking of the happier sort of to be here, Lawrence Trent, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm not bad. It's nice to be back. Obviously, should be a very exciting day today. Seeing Magnus play Wesley after a very shaky knockout stage for him, to see if he's going to impose himself as he so often does, and just put on the kind of shows we're used to. Because I have to admit, I was kind of shocked with the mistakes we saw by Magnus in the knockout phase. Very, very unlike him. And then, of course, Sergei, for me, has been supreme so far. The way he's played, the way he played in the knockout stage, very, very impressive. Playing against somebody who stylistically very, very far apart from him, in my opinion, in Daniel Dubov, a very, very dangerous competitor, full of ideas, full of ambition, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup. My head says Sergei, but my heart says Daniel somehow in that one. It's going to be really interesting to see. But obviously, nice to be back on the mic with both of you, and of course to cash in on our predictions we have amongst us. Currently leading, so that's always nice to bring that back up.
What's at stake? Is this for Diet Cokes again? I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, we could
stakes is high, yeah.
Yeah, the stakes is high. We could up it to
Cool zeros.
Yeah. But at the moment, am I equal first? I think I'm equal first, right? With Jan, I believe. So a lot of a lot of making up for Peters to do. But no, seriously, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a fun day. Looking forward to the action.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen has been dominant in that matchup against Wesley So. He's defeated him, like, sorry if I get the numbers wrong, but something like 8 times in classical chess, only lost once. That was in the exchange Slav of all openings, and in rapid blitz games. It was pretty one-sided as well, like 30-6 with 22 draws, which, yeah, is very, very dominant. But Wesley has defeated him in that Fischer Random Chess finals in, was it 2019, maybe 2018? And overall, I don't think it's easy for anybody to have a dominant score against Wesley So. He's so solid. We know he's not the biggest risk taker, but his opening preparation is stellar. His chess knowledge, his chess technique is stellar. So I do not expect an easy match for Magnus in that one.
Yeah, I think if he manages to win a game early somehow, it might skew very, very heavily in his favor, because Wesley's approach generally seems to be, the kind of the reverse Brazilian football approach. And I will now misquote this horribly. I think this the quote goes, "You score however many you can. We'll score however many we want." And he is sort of doing the exact opposite and saying, "You're just not going to win a game against me, and I might win a game against you at some point, even when maybe you overpress." But if he's put into a position where he has to beat Magnus on demand, that is difficult for anybody. But I think for him in particular, he often plays a very, very containing game against Magnus more than anything else. And it will be difficult to switch from that. But if it's, let's say, 3 draws and he's white in the last one, well, anything can happen.
Yeah, like 4th draw.
Yeah.
That could happen. No, I mean, you're right. Wesley doesn't really get out of line all too often, does he? He's not the sort of guy to risk it for a biscuit right from the off. So I actually, if I had to guess, I expect a very, very solid match, and it coming down to the wire, a decisive game in round 4, something like that. I see a very slow-paced start. But in Dubov against Karjakin, I just don't know what to expect. I don't know if it's going to be all decisive results. I just have got my intuition is failing me for that match. But I have to say, I feel like I'm more excited about the Dubov-Karjakin match.
I'm very curious about the openings in that one. I kind of agree. I have zero feel what could happen. But Dubov, he's been kind of successfully playing the Philidor in the qualification stage, beating Magnus Carlsen and also making a quick draw against Sergei Karjakin. I'm very curious if he will dare to do that again, now that Karjakin has had time to prepare.
That game against Sergei, he was in a gross position at some point. I mean, he was really on the back foot. At some moment, he was just getting tonked, strategically speaking. So I don't think that he's going to dare play that again. You never know, of course, but it feels as though it's too easy to prepare against the Philidor. That's the problem. It feels like you could just, he's had a day or 2 days even to work on something. And I think what would be the pragmatic approach is to have actually done work on another opening, not the Philidor, and see him play some offbeat Sicilian, or I don't know exactly what he's going to choose. I expect. My feeling
is, I have no inside information on this. It's just a guess, but my feeling is he's actually going to stick with it. I know he's a principled guy who takes pride in his ideas, and he likes this. Bring it. Show me what your team of trainers could have done.
I'll tell you what, we can have a little wager. We'll up the stakes.
Wow.
Curryverse to you, or Curryverse? Are you a Curryverse kind of guy, or are you more of a standard Bratwurst?
Neither, actually. I enjoy my saucisson. That's my favorite.
You're a saucisson.
Yeah.
Okay, saucisson.
Wow, those are high stakes.
Yeah. I really don't see Dubov playing this Philidor. I mean, he might play it, but really mix it up early. For example, he might play this closed Philidor where he doesn't take on d4. He might take on d4 and play some early knight c6, a la Ilya Schneider. He might do some funky stuff like that, but I just can't imagine him just going down the same main line with Bishop e7.
All right. One currywurst.
Okay.
It is even money, because I'm being very generous here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And in the other match, I also do not have a great feel for the openings, but these. I'm wondering if Wesley, how much of a repertoire player is he? With white, I think he can go both e4 and d4. With black, he plays a more set style. No, I'm assuming he's a Berlin guy. I'm sure I've seen him play some Marshalls as well against d4. He's played some Grunfelds. He's played some Nimzos. So he's just a very strong theoretician who, does not get too much out of line. You won't see the Dutch or d4, g6 from Wesley today. He relies on his opening prep to equalize the game. It's very hard to...
If he's in a must-win situation, I can't recall the last time we've actually seen Wesley in a must-win situation. Like, when was the last time he had to win from home? He hasn't played that many matches that I can... It would actually be interesting to see.
I think the one that comes to mind first would be the match he lost to Nikita Vitsugov in 2019 World Cup, where he lost the first one on the black side of the Petrov, and then had to win the second one. I'm pretty sure that was the order, and he did not win the second one. But yeah, outside of World Cups, I don't think we've seen him in those spots very often.
It's a problem for us members of the CCC, the Chicken Chess Club, because we spend most of our energy trying to neutralize the white serve when it comes to black preparation. 90% is in, being extremely bulletproof in whatever you do, the Berlin, the Marshall, the Petrov. So we do not spend a lot of time on, can I play this somewhat dubious Sicilian, but there might be some ideas. Therefore, if all of a sudden you find yourself in a must-win situation, the guys that are more looking for ways to mix it regularly, they are better equipped for these spots than the guys who are usually playing a very, very solid repertoire. Therefore, for Wesley, when it comes down to the wire, he should not be way down in the hole, because that's not a great spot for him or for anybody against Magnus Carlsen. Cutting edge takes here, as usual.
Well, look, the games are going to kick off literally any minute. Good news is, of course, we are able to cover both games at the same time. As only two going on means it's a lot more manageable than when we had 12 competitors playing. So we'll have all the action. Remember, of course, as always, there are a bunch of different languages as well. If your English isn't your first language, if you'd rather watch German, Spanish, French, Russian, whatever it may be, you can check out those channels. We'd love you to stay here. And remember, guys, please be kind in chat. It's not a big ask. Be nice. We're here to enjoy some chess and not to be mean or nasty in any way. Let's just be nice to each other and have a lovely Sunday of chess frolics. That's all I can ask. We can see the competitors there ready to go. Magnus with his patented Sunday look. We've got Sergey rocking the beard, by the way. Not used to Sergey rocking a beard. Have to say, he's normally been clean shaven for the years I've known him, or near enough clean shaven.
Yeah, but under current conditions, you see all kinds of interesting new developments on that front, obviously.
You certainly do, yeah. And the games are off. And where do you want to go? I believe, have I got, let me just check. I've got control for the moment. I do have control. where do you want to go first? It looks as though we only have Daniel's game.
So far, I think there's only one game,
Okay.
one game live. Yeah.
So we've got a Petrov. Oh, sorry, Petrov. I beg your pardon. A Catalan. Slightly losing my mind. A Catalan.
Yeah, but it's this this sort of I want to say this other Catalan where white goes knight c3. You get this move order occasionally, actually, from the Queen's Gambit.
Right.
In my experience, I actually played this more than once on the white side. I normally do get it from the Queen's Gambit decline by playing 5g3 against the Queen's Gambit.
Mm-hmm.
And the second game also magically appears on our screen in the meantime. And yeah, Dubov actually played this this line against Nakamura in the round robin, and Hikaru equalized fairly comfortably in that game. Didn't seem even particularly pushed, but Dubov repeating it would imply quite strongly that he's found some way to improve on his play. Knight e3 also played in that game. I'm sure. I think Hikaru replied by c3, bc3, knight bd7. I'm reasonably certain this is what happened in that game. c3, b takes, knight bd7, knight d3, bishop b7, a4, something along those lines. And it looked semi-promising for white for a bit, and then Hikaru he continued making good, solid moves, not committing any mistakes, and by move 20 there was basically nothing left on the board. So it will be interesting to see where the proposed improvement by actually Sergei deviates first. Yeah, not playing bishop b7.
Interesting.
Goes rook b8 instantly. Clearly here the intention for black is to solve the one problem that he has, which is the bishop on c8. So getting to play b6, bishop b7 is very advantageous for black, obviously. And he says, this is more important to me than preserving my dark squared bishop here. We'll keep an eye on that one, but for somebody like me who doesn't know the Nimzo theory at all, the second game appears a lot more exciting, honestly.
Yeah, this is the game between Magnus and Ding, is it not? Where Ding took this pawn on a2. Was it?
Yeah, very possibly. You're probably completely right. Yeah, let me check how that. Yeah, that is that famous game which Magnus was, I think, at some point close to winning, but that did not convert what looked like a very promising position into a full point.
Very surprised that Wesley has actually gone down this line, because it looked extremely so it looked like the kind of line where you have to play perfectly with black.
Yeah, and there's been even games after that which followed the entire line.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I've seen.
This is Carlsen Ding, right? Sorry, I'm late.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and there have been reasonably high-level games since. There was a game between Samuel Sevian against Narayanan. I'm sorry about that mispronunciation. And also, I'm looking at my screen, and the STEM game apparently is a game by Peter Leko. So wrong shift again today. We should get emergency reinforcements here. This is in 2017. Peter Leko played this with black against Nicholas Brunner, and he also played knight d5 in this position. Seems like knight d5 is a majority opinion here, but Wesley clearly has other ideas somehow.
Seems too early to resign, though. So this smells like there's some issue.
Some disconnection, some disconnect issue here, probably.
Yeah, there has to be something, some technical problem somewhere, because it's very much still mainline theory. What's more, it's mainline theory that Magnus himself has played. So.
By the way, let's just go back to the Dubov Karjakin game, because it's either liftoff or I don't know. This is
possibly some kind of a forced draw. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm reading that Wesley got disconnected. He'll be back, so no worries.
Okay. So let's go here, Jan, to knight d3, rook b8, which is where we left things. Knight c4 played by Dubov, so not interested in taking on c5 yet. b6 and bishop f4. This is clearly a way to try and refute Sergei's setup, but he's bishop b7, bishop takes. I guess the point here is if rook g1, you have bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 is very strong there, and if you play bishop d6 there, black just takes on c4 and has 3 pieces for 2 rooks, which is generally very good for black, and in particular
Maybe
in a
king
position
takes,
where
bishop takes. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can include knight takes c5. This position really does look completely lost. If you include knight c5 and then take on f8, maybe you're not lost, but you're still much worse here with white. The rooks are very passive. No open files for the rooks, and also your structure.
Lost, no?
Yeah, close to lost. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna argue very hard with the lost evaluation here. So bishop d6 played instead. Obviously with the intention of meeting bishop takes d6 with rook g1 now, and both of black's bishops are hanging, and this appears to be a problem. And if black takes on h1 here, we are taking on f8, and then we're playing f3, and we are pretending that the bishop gets caught somehow.
Are they just comparing notes, or has someone gotten caught?
I think they're probably comparing notes from. Once again, I need to wean myself off the habit.
I doubt this has been played so far. This feels like new territory, but
yeah, it's probably a novelty, but it's a novelty aiming to improve on the game Dubov played 3 days ago.
Also, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Dubov likes, with all his innovations, he also likes to fight for his ideas. No, and he played. Sorry if you guys covered this already. He played this exact move in the qualifiers, no?
Yeah, we spoke about this.
Don't worry, we've done all the homework.
No, I'm just being curious.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it feels like. So, yeah, if bishop.
I'm thinking though, maybe Dubov set a great trap that computers at first say this is good for black, then they realize, oh, the bishop is trapped.
Yeah, the bishop is.
Bishop does get trapped. I mean, knight f2, g4, knight f2 does come.
Yeah, you might want to take with something else other than the bishop, actually, because the knight on d3 might be useful for other things. For like if you take with the king here,
which
he did,
which he did, and after f3 you can play bishop g2. Intending to play bishop h3 and
but
just
now
run
knight
away.
f4.
And then we go back to h1. We want to play e5 and then bishop g2.
King d2, e5, and then bishop g2.
Yeah.
Because we could have a weird draw here after bishop g2, knight f4, bishop h1. You could go back to d3, and it's
exactly. I think this repetition is sort of on tap for black. I don't know who has the better deviation. It's not impossible that Dubov just decided to check if Sergei knows of the existence of this draw, and if Sergei makes the draw, they just move on, and in game 3 Dubov will try something else.
I doubt it.
By the way, is this the time to give our hearty congratulations to the one and only Hungry Hippo himself?
Yeah, Peter Heine Nielsen. Celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday, Peter.
47 years old. He doesn't look a day over 46. It's amazing. PH, have a very nice birthday, my friend. Is he here? Is he in the chat? I'm not sure. He might be, actually. He should be.
How else would he spend his birthday?
Exactly.
Like, he's working for Magnus to get him ready for the match. Now it's his birthday. He has like 4 or 5 kids running around at home. He's got to be in the chat. He is in the chat. Boom.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mr. Hungry Hippo.
Very happy to see him with us, celebrating the way one should in the quote-unquote company of the quote-unquote friends.
Why quote-unquote?
What is it with you, Peters, having such full heads of hair that late in life? What's the secret? Like at the Peter Club's meetings, do you discuss like hair products?
You were the one who introduced me to the whole concept of hair products, so I rebuffed that aspersion on my character.
I also introduced Lawrence, but look what that did to him.
Exactly.
Anyway, not a good topic for me.
I want a
so
refund.
let's move on.
What have we got actually in the Carlsen game is not restarted, I can see.
I hear they're helping Wesley. There's some disconnect issue.
Okay.
And they'll be back. Bishop
Yeah,
G2 played.
That's the sound of the emergency disconnect service being on its way to Wesley to help him get reconnected.
That's right. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome to the lawless Berlin.
What's happening in Cottbusser Platz? Action again?
Yeah, there's a lot of action. But talking about action, it does look as though they're going to go for this draw. Daniel Dubov against.
Yeah, so far Bishop G2, Knight of Fork, Bishop H1 played, and the question is, whether White has anything smarter than Knight D3 here. We don't really know the answer to that.
What else could we do? We could go King F1.
Yeah, but I guess you're kind of inviting some kind of E5, E4. It might be okay. Actually,
bishop.
Why isn't this good? E4, Knight takes C5.
Yeah, this looks
and
kind
then
of
King
winning.
G1.
King F2, I thought, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, King F2 is even stronger. Yeah, King F2 is even stronger. Yeah.
Maybe it's just King F1.
Je ne sais pas. Maybe we need to prolong this bishop's diagonals on B5. So
include some B5 somewhere and then go for something similar. Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you.
And after Knight G2 or Knight E5, Knight A5 we could go. But now King G1 is not a threat, so Black gets an additional tempo to do something.
I'm being told there's no board on screen. Let's put the board up, if we can. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. I thought, let's put the board up. I am hilarious.
Okay, yeah, so it's Daniel here thinking, I guess the question is, how far has he actually done, how much has he done his homework here? Can he remember his lines? That sort of stuff. Because if King F1 goes wrong, you really look stupid. If you suddenly end up worse here, you really...
Yeah, it's not ideal. I will say that. Yeah, blitzing all of this out and then refusing a threefold and ending up losing the game would be more than a little criminal from the White side.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's have a look at Daniel. Usually you can tell from the face. He looks like he's genuinely calculating, no? So it's not like he knows what he's doing here. He probably knew he had the draw, and now he's thinking if he can get away with something else.
Yeah, this doesn't look like fake thinking, and also I don't think he goes in for the fake tank very much.
Nah, it's not how he rolls. Karjakin looks super focused. All business, Sergei Karjakin. Calculating the lines. And King F1 played.
King F1 played, yeah, interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. So far, B5 appears to be by far the most promising move. So let's try and figure out what happens if Black does play B5 here.
So Knight D2.
So the choice is between A5, B2, and D2, yeah?
I was wondering for a second if this makes any sense, but I don't think it does. I think we're worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we gotta move the knight.
So where is best and why? So Knight D2.
Let's start with the move forward. If we go Knight A5, I think E5 followed by Bishop B6 is extremely strong. Knight somewhere. Although E4, Knight F2 now, yeah? Knight F2. We actually managed to catch that bishop here.
But but you don't catch it. I was trying to make.
Well, not for free, but
yeah,
you know, just collecting it by this point looks like an achievement. So
yeah. So knight e3, bishop b6.
Yeah, I guess knight c6. I mean, knight b3 feels. Well, why wouldn't you play knight c6? It's just such a nice square.
And what about knight g4 here?
Oh, whoa! That would be one reason not to play knight c6. Actually, that is a nice move. Yeah. So let's go to b3. The threat is once again knight f2. And it seems like black might have to play something like e4, knight f2, bishop takes f3. But then white is reasonably happy, because even if it ends up being a draw somehow, white is always, I think, the side which plays for a win in positions like this.
I don't know. We have some play, no? 95, 94.
Sure, but let's say we go with rook e1 first, and yeah, kind of important not to blunder 95, knight g4 there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That would be
g5, h5, 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 h5.
Yeah, and I wanted to go knight d4 and claim that. Yeah, maybe it's actually quite unclear. Maybe it's a lot less obvious who is even better there than
b5, knight b2.
Knight b2 played very quickly by.
Same threat though. Knight d3, knight f2 will still be his plan.
Knight b2, e5. Yeah, so it seems like they both are, you know, at least in the time that first Daniel took to play king f1, and then Sergei took to think about b5. They came to similar conclusions and are now going to demonstrate what they actually think here. I think the one reason why knight b2 might be stronger than knight a5 is that after we go knight fd3 here, which I assume will be played, black doesn't have a tempo move with the bishop yet, and knight on b2 is protected. On the other hand, if I play bishop a3 here, I do create a threat of e5, e4, yeah, so... Yeah, I guess knight d1 and then knight f2, or rook b1 and then knight f2.
Tricky
but yeah,
position.
as mentioned, yeah, Dubov generally doesn't do these things just to repeat moves and make a draw if his opponent knows something. So I'm not surprised that at least you know, the game could still end in a draw if black defends correctly. But yeah, clearly he is. He feels that this is a serious attempt, and the game is very far from over.
Yeah, once again, I have not checked this particular line, but it's impressive that he's both stubborn and still often right. Like, he repeats the line he's played before, and he might have out-prepared Karjakin, even though he announced, this is my repertoire, which, yeah, does not make
pretty
things
much,
easier.
yeah. Bishop a3, knight d1 on the board. So yeah, it feels like black will now have to play e4 and then probably take on f3 with the bishop, I assume, because the ef knight takes h1 feels like a seriously, well, worse version. Yeah, all of this blitzed out. So we were discussing a very similar position with the bishop on b6 and a knight on b3.
Right.
The bishop on b6, of course, is much better than the bishop on a3, but the knight on d1 is very much in the way. So I think there's been, you know, a bit of a trade-off. I'm not sure who gains the most out of this. I would assume white starts by playing rook b1 because it's difficult to imagine. Because I guess a6 is almost always the reply here. You don't really want to lose the pawn on b5 and also allow white to activate the rook properly. So the inclusion of rook b1, a6 has to favor white, because now you can go knight e3 and you're not blundering bishop b2 and so on. But bishop c5, I guess, is a good stand-in, or even knight e5 first and then bishop c5.
I'd take black in these positions. I have to say it feels not necessarily that black is better, but feels as though it can go wrong a lot quicker for white than it can for black. You only need one or two moves here with black. You get h5 on the board, you get your pieces, consider as h5, knight g4s, g5s. Your pieces flow into squares quite easily. And for white, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here with white. That's the point. I think practically it's easier to play for black. So I think this is excellent by Sergei Karjakin. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen.
Discussion continues, and after Queen C2, this game resumed after a short disconnect break. Wesley is showing his homework here. I'm assuming blitzing out. Bishop C3, Queen C3, Knight E4, Queen C2, Queen A5, King E2, takes, King G7, F4, all delivered at lightning speed. These disconnects are so unfortunate. Now you're always asking yourself, like, did they have time to check the notes or the database or whatnot? I guess not. I guess both players are on camera. I guess we have rules for these things, but yeah, always wondering. Then again, Magnus probably wanted to play this line today either way, because the Nimzo you can expect from pretty much every top player, not named Peter Svidler or Jan Nepomniachtchi. And
even MVL abandoned us recently.
Yeah, although more for the Slav than for
this.
Maybe, yeah, we have to take him off the list. Anyway, and this is a line that Magnus has played in the past, so Wesley probably had a look going into this match. Still, what's going on, Peter?
I have no clue whatsoever. Looks very sharp. Looks like a kind of a position where Black probably should be okay if he plays perfectly, but visually, White has only sacrificed one pawn here for quite clearly much better development. It feels a bit strange to say that about the king on e2, but it will be on f2 in reasonably immediate future, and the king on f2 will be very safe behind that cushion of pawns, and the king on g7 is a lot less safe because its structure is being immediately challenged. The rook on h1 is an active participant in the game despite not having been moved. And as mentioned, like for 2 pawns, you would know you're reasonably happy with black here. For 1 pawn, it feels like if you play well, you will equalize. I don't think experience, I think, dictates that white is never worse, but probably also isn't better if black doesn't commit any grievous mistakes here.
One of those you start worrying for whoever starts thinking first, no?
Yeah. It's especially for black. I mean, Wesley is now a bit in the tank here. This reminds me very much of when I look at Fabiano's games, and it is all about going that one step further. It's all well and good, the computer churning out 0.00, and you get up to here and you have to find a move, and suddenly you could just be losing with black. One slight inaccurate, maybe not losing, but certainly hand the initiative over to white in a big way. And practically speaking, playing these games with black is almost impossible unless you've gone, in my opinion, very deep in these positions. So bishop d7.
Bishop d7 after some thought. Logical move, preparing rook c8, maybe bishop b5 check, bishop a4, but also not forcing the issue. Like, I don't know, knight c6 was maybe a more forcing move. So Magnus has to use this tempo.
If he goes king f2, rook c8, that's probably... And then
I'm wondering about queen takes c8 here. Because those pieces are kind of stupid.
So we're not worried about anything from
it's
there.
Also one of those things where a computer could be wrong about this at first sight. I don't know, maybe it's just fine for black, but a computer could say it's winning for black and then realize later or never that these pieces aren't moving, right?
But we are going to go queen d2, queen takes b2, and just run the a pawn, right? I guess
I said wondering. I really am completely unsure about this, but it would be an interesting attempt. Let's say in the position that Lawrence mentioned, if you go queen d2, queen b2 here.
Sorry, here bishop b2 takes.
Yeah, let's say even something stupid like fg hg, rook h h8, obviously not being played with the intention of taking on b8. I'm not interested in that knight. I'm interested in attacking with all of my pieces and.
By the way, I can include gf4, right? Let's do that.
and then rook h3, then rook h3 g3 becomes a topic, and
really? That gf, I don't know, feels like it could hurt you too.
Why? If I put king on f6,
opening the g file.
Also, f5 becomes I think a very interesting topic. At
Okay.
no role on the board. White has 4, and black currently has basically 1. It is a very strong piece, but it's being severely outnumbered. But yeah, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I will say I like knight c6 more than bishop d7 at first glance, just because it felt to me that you need to start challenging the white pieces. You need to start offering some trades.
Bishop d7 is a more harmonious move in a way. It's more in Wesley's very classical style. But if you're on time, you're on time, no matter how.
Yeah, I will say that king f2 doesn't really appear to generate a lot of actual threats. So maybe you can just go knight c6 now and say, I've connected my rooks and I'm not sacrificing my pawn on c6 this way. Please play your knight b3 move, which you were going to play anyway, and I will play my queen f5 move, which I was probably going to play anyway, and we will proceed as planned.
It's quite sharp.
It's very sharp.
Horsey, like oof. Feels like this Vienna, which I've been playing my whole life. You get very similar positions, even though your king is often on e7, you will pawn up, but you have to endure this initiative. Yeah, you're not happy if your opponent blitzes out moves that you don't know. That really is what it comes down to.
Very much so. They both are playing reasonably quickly. The whole disconnect
well, they were blitzing until f4, and then Wesley took a couple minutes for bishop d7. Now Magnus taking a couple minutes, so it's safe to guess Wesley was out of book after f4, and bishop d7 maybe is not the computer's first move because Magnus also taking some time.
Yeah, what else do we have here apart from king f2? Is b4 a move?
Yep. Takes rook b1.
No, fg, I thought.
Actually, how much are you threatening over there? Just curious.
Whoa, I was more worried about knight c6, gh, king h8, and there I was very prepared to cede the point. This is a bit out there.
Well, might just not work then. It was just fishing for some action.
Yeah, it runs all the way to e8, and then it's kind of safe-ish, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. It could be mate in 3.
Could be, but I don't see it. Yeah, it feels a bit weird to describe this king on e8 as safe, but it's arguably safer there than it was on g7. So.
And what if we don't have any Dubry dips? No Dubry dips.
What's that?
If you give us a tempo, then we definitely would. Yeah, but with the king still on e2, I don't think we do.
I was trying to make this one work. But
yeah, king e7 and then blunder, sacrifice
and
something.
then blunder. Yeah, no, I want to get rook c7 and rook e6 in, but
I'm not going to let you make too many moves in a row. But
okay,
I had the feeling this is where we're going, because I was also going in that direction at some point, but I don't think it works.
The schoolboy variation, making two moves in a row. The classic.
Yeah, this could get very sharp. Magnus is taking his time to perfect his move before king f2. Both look very interesting. Let's briefly check in with Daniel Dubov and Sergei Karjakin.
This is the sort of position where, for me, you just take black all day, day, as our friends.
Yeah, on Sundays.
Even twice on Sundays.
No, I think it's probably just equal, actually. But yeah, if you have to take a side, it's going to be black here. But I think after knight e3, it's very likely there just ends up being some kind of a draw, like f5, knight d5 check, king e6, knight f4 check.
Feels like a very Karjakin-esque position. I hardly ever see him do something stupid.
Yeah.
In such piece play endgames.
I think it is possible for black to be worse if, let's say, if you give white a couple of tempi here to drive, let's say, the bishop away from d4 and restabilize and maybe establish one knight on d5. But it's very difficult to imagine Sergei acquiescing to that.
All right. While I look up acquiescing, Magnus Carlsen has unleashed
CQ, just in case.
Yeah, I know how it's spelled. I just don't know.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Helping you with the lookup.
His pawn Pawn to b4.
What? This reminds me of that famous opening, the Scandinavian. Shout out to John Bartholomew, by the way, co-founder of Chessable and Internet King. He plays the Scandinavian, much to his chagrin, because when you put the queen on a5 in the Scandinavian, you can play this fantastic move, 4b4. Maybe you want to show that one, Jan. It's
the people need to know
the refutation of this opening. You give up the pawn, and you get this wonderful open b file, and black is toast. Please DM Jan for further details. He's got the notes on this, and that's why we have our patterns and our pattern ranking. b4, brilliant, Magnus Carlsen. Hitting the queen, gaining time, winning the b7 pawn. It's all been
mainly trying to distract the queen from g5. No, I was wondering actually if we can deny.
But I think, yeah, it's possible to make an... yeah, I think white is reasonably happy about this. But yeah, queen d8, queen... We still want knight c6 next move, and the queen comes over to f6 potentially. I think maybe queen d8 is a serious move. I missed it altogether when I was suggesting before earlier.
You were suggesting before earlier?
Yeah.
Are we getting this now?
Even
I'm
earlier,
really trying not to go there, but it's
it's so hard, no?
very
You have to really hold yourself
even earlier than before, yeah.
Dear.
All right, let's try this again. Takes, and you suggested horsey now as well.
Yeah, I was
King
wondering
H8.
about that, because GH King H8, the king seems reasonably safe on H6 there as usual, with the using the enemy pawn as a shield there. And Rook H6, Rook H8 also feels like we are very, very safe. So I think it's a very serious option for black. Yeah, queen takes before play.
Has this actually, just to interrupt, sorry, I think we're at a very important moment for development of chess theory, because I've just had this image using that pawn as an enemy shield. Can you know those action movies where there's like a hostage being taken, or like, you know, you've got basically, you know, you're keeping somebody, you've got a knife or a gun to somebody's head, and you're trying to battle your way out of a situation where...
Yeah.
Please describe further.
No, but I'm just saying maybe we could call that the hostage pawn, you know?
No, I think it feels
Does it
very
have a
safe
name?
there.
You mean the pawn on h6, yeah?
Yeah, the pawn on h6 blocking the king. You're actually using an enemy pawn, a bit like, you know, if you've got your arm around somebody, you say, let me out, and you've taken somebody temporarily hostage, and you're trying to, you know, wiggle your way out.
We've all done it.
Yeah, we've all done
shoot me.
You know the action
He
movies.
dies.
Can we call it the hostage pawn? Can that be
I
my...
think you're onto something there. Although he's there
He's far away.
by his
but
free will, no? Like
Yeah, first of all,
he arrived there.
he got there absolutely of his own accord, and also I don't think he's particularly discomfited by the whole situation. So it's maybe one of those double bluffs situations where the person that is supposedly taken hostage is actually part of the
and I'm being corrected.
part
Of
of the
course, it's
gang.
the human shield. That's what we're looking
Yes.
at. So let's rephrase that as the human shield.
That is exactly what I said, and of course.
Oh, sorry.
I learned about that idea from the South Park movie, but I didn't agree with the concept.
That's great.
And in the meantime, this position has been arrived at, and Wesley, I think knight 6 is heavily favored here as a move Wesley makes.
It's also a culture move in a way. I like it.
Yeah,
Knight
exactly,
C6,
yeah.
get the pieces out. It's very Wesleyan.
Start challenging the white setup. Also connect the rooks. Prepare to, include more pieces in play. And it's kind of important that it doesn't lose by force, which I'm reasonably sure it doesn't, but not 100% sure. But if it doesn't, I'd be very inclined to prefer knight c6 to hg5 here, or rook h8, or frankly any other move.
Lawrence, what do you think is the official song of Wesley So? Support us.
I don't know. What are you
never walk alone?
That could be. I was thinking Pet Shop Boys, Go Wes. Go West.
Yeah.
Life is
And the
peaceful there.
And the move Wesley made, I would not have guessed in a
Blunder.
million years. What?
Blunder of the century.
I'm reading
What?
blunder. GH, can we now take on C8 with
Yeah,
like
exactly.
added
Exactly.
effect?
This is like
What?
This
What?
is the position we were discussing, but like 100 times
This
times
is
worse. No?
Resignovich, no?
This is resignable. I can't believe
Takes and king of 3 in the end.
King somewhere.
Or king somewhere. But like, how is this not just instantly game over?
Magnus blitzes out, takes.
Wow.
What?
Rook C8, Wesley? What was
What?
it?
That is
Maybe I
a,
jinxed him with my Go West song. Wow.
that is an extremely.
I guess he wants king of 3, knight c6, and he is saying there will be a perpetual there, but there's not going to be a perpetual there.
Also,
It's
king
just-
F3. Not forced, of course.
Not forced. Yeah. You can.
Or C.
Yeah.
What?
Rook H4, like...
Hold on, he's left the
so
build.
lost.
Wesley has almost jumped up from his chair.
Maybe he missed something.
Oh goodness!
And now he's
Maybe-
back. Yeah.
Feels like he missed something and
Uh-oh.
now it sinks in. What?
That moment of regret. I mean,
No, well, this is just very, very difficult for me to understand because there were, I mean, genuine options, and when you have other options than this, why would you ever go for this? It is just mind-boggling. I mean, rook c7 even, like you like nothing about this position pretty much. Yeah, I don't know which way is best, but like all of the things we're discussing just look close to
He's
winning.
played knight f3. Yeah, this looks devastating. Rook h4 is there. Knight g5 is a giant threat. f6, there's rook c7. No, this has not gone well.
I really don't understand this at all.
Yeah, we could see Wesley missed something. It just feels like any move was good for white here. So
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
that's such a strange choice.
I've really, really struggled to explain this.
D. Hassel is saying toast knight f3 is a great move according to Sese. Yeah, no surprise there. Although I'm also reading rook h4 and knight f3 were only winning moves. That's surprising. Anyway, we can check it later. This position just feels so lost, and if knight f3 is winning here. To believe that. Wesley
Yeah,
looking for a way to hang in there, but is there such a way? If f6, do we even give the check, or what do we do?
I think we are now perfectly safe to maybe even include king f2 and.
Yeah, I was wondering because we're threatening this.
No,
bishop d3, knight g5. It's just all over.
yeah, and then eventually I will play rook c7 check, I guess, or something. But I don't know. It just
g4, g5. You don't even have any.
It looks just like, I think common sense should just tell you should not be going for this. And the idea I sort of mentioned, it apparently works after king f3. After king f3, if you go instead of knight f3, king f3, black plays f5 first, and then next move, basically against any normal move from white, he goes knight c6, gives up on a8, takes on d4, and starts giving checks, and that
Even
might
if
actually
that
hold.
holds, that's
Yeah.
a bit of a miracle save and not something you rely on from afar, no?
Exactly, yeah. So he would be forced to find it, and he would have found it after king f3 because everything else resigns there. But like, why not knight c6 there? Very, very difficult to understand because it didn't really even look that bad after knight c6. Like, I understand maybe you don't know and you are worried about something, but just from a purely human standpoint, knight f6 and whatever captures on h6, you have a ready-made, seemingly satisfactory answer.
Also, if anybody has access to powerful machinery, or we can also look ourselves, but I'm just curious, knight c6 was okay for black because we didn't see anything.
Seems like it was, yeah. Seems like it was.
Wow, that's a big one for Wesley. And hard to explain. No, of course, people make mistakes in rapid games. It just feels so lost what he went for.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even the miss of the move that he should have made. It's more that he's gone for the position, which I think under any kind of normal circumstances, he would need one look at this to say, I'm not touching this with a barge pole, you know. Like, it's just bad. Please give me something else.
Has that ever happened to you, Lawrence? One look and saying, I'm not touching this. The barge pole?
It's definitely happened to me insofar as I've been the subject of being untouched by said poles. But I just want to say as well, it's very much, I said just 10 minutes ago, it's a sort of position that with black you can make a horrific blunder in. It's not, I mean, I understand, yes, you can play knight c6, but you have to tread very, very precisely on this line in this variation. I think I don't like it. I don't think it's a good practical decision by Wesley to go into this, especially in a rapid game where you do have limited time. So I mean, Magnus is just going to win this position, and
there's a little doubt about that. Knight a6, he's trying a last ditch rook sacrifice, I guess. Yeah, rook takes a8, knight c5 is his idea.
Yeah, probably, but there's like after rook h4, you probably start. Yeah, but I mean,
You missed the check.
I did miss the check, but I have a feeling I will be. I'm the kind of a luck box who is still winning in that position regardless. Like king g1, queen takes e2, and then rook c8 or something.
Maybe you can do better.
Yeah, I probably can do better, but
we shall find out.
In the meantime, Daniel is much better now in his game against Karjakin. There has been a lot of developments there.
Really?
Yeah. He found a very, very important intermediary move in the line. I actually mentioned the line they went for, but I mentioned it as something that will end in an immediate repetition around move 36.
Wow.
95, knight f4 check. And I thought white has to go knight d5 check back after king e7, but he found a very nice little move, rook d1, shifting the pieces away. And Sergei played bishop b2, but that gives white this very, very precious moment where the knight on d5 is not hanging. So he went knight d5 check and then continued giving checks. And now the entire king side is gone. Well, not the entire king side, but most of it is gone. And I suspect the knight endgame Sergei will eventually have to play is probably closer to loss than to a draw. Although it is 3 against 2, and 3 against 2 they are notoriously harder to convert than they might look.
But I was told that knights struggle dealing with past h pawns.
Yeah, I think it just has to be winning now. Just bring the knight back towards the center, and you don't even push the. Just as he plays h4 instantly, I was going to say like, bring the knight back, force black to play c1, and then start, keeping a very, very close eye on your a pawn. Just start pushing your king towards the a6 pawn, and you win. And I was going to make an argument that keeping the pawn on h2 actually makes it a lot harder for black to even target any of your stuff. I don't think it's a mistake as such, but I would have played knight f4.
Those are fighting words. c1 played, takes. Knight d3,
yeah,
king c2.
Still winning. Yeah, I don't think it changes the evaluation very much. The important point here is that if black plays knight c5, we can actually start pushing the h pawn, and king e6, king f6 is not in time because h7 actually is supported by the knight, so king g7 doesn't actually stop the passer, which otherwise would be a strong move, but it isn't here.
Textbook construction.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Magnus played rook to d1, which looked pretty good. 94. I'm not sure if he goes to e1.
I think king g1 probably. I think he found some kind of mate after queen e2 here.
Here, it's probably a bunch of checks.
Yeah, in the king knight h4 after king g6 is just mate into.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, just don't allow king to get to f5 and it's mate.
Yep. Carlsen's going to win this game against Wesley, so not making Wesley's match situation any easier. Because as mentioned, if you are a tight, solid defensive player, like Wesley is, with the usual caveat, all these close to 2,800 guys are pretty good at everything, and the usual disclaimer, I should say, then it's not so easy to take greater risks and come back from a negative score. King G1 takes, loses. King H6. With this knowledge, we can just play Rook G7 anyway, no?
Yeah, I don't think we need to adjust very much here. He's gonna F5, and I don't know if there's mate now, but we can just keep the bishop as well, I guess. Yeah, something like bishop D3 at some point. Queen F2 check, King H1. Knight takes G3, King H2, and there will be no more checks.
We can't give mate.
Maybe we still can. Yeah, let's try. Maybe we still can. He kind of runs away. Yeah, he goes Rook H8, King G6.
No, Rook H8, he takes.
Yeah. This is the point of F5. I was wondering. I was wondering why he played F5. This is clever by Wesley.
All right.
Still some work required, but you have to assume White has a way to.
It ain't over till it's over.
To get there.
Is this mate?
No.
Come on, mate.
Maybe it is, yeah. King G5.
It's close, at least.
It is very close, yeah.
So close. No mate.
Currently no mate, yeah. Although it might be winning. Yeah, Rook F7, King H8, Rook G7.
Oh, that's cute.
GG, yo.
No, but then Queen A3, Queen G6, Queen H6. Yeah, I've actually managed to spoil it to such an extent that. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's go back a few moves there. So let's King G6. Yeah, Rook H. So King G6.
None of this is forced, of course. I was just curious if we can find a way to mate the king here.
Yeah, I was thinking Knight H4, King F6, Rook F8, King G5.
Yup.
Hang
on. Rook G8 here, maybe? That's
Rook
smart.
G8. Rook G8, exactly. Rook G8.
So this is mate still.
Can't do this, yeah, exactly.
Queen mate.
So Rook G8, King H6 forced. Rook G6 and Rook H7, isn't it?
Boom.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's gone with Bishop D3, which is, as mentioned, kind of a less flashy way to.
Not a mistake to keep the bishop.
Yeah.
Check here, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is the way to go, yeah, and we control now all the important squares, and we are pawn up with, I assume, sort of continued attack, but there must have been a way to not even allow any of this.
All right. Queen F2, check, King H1. In the meantime, Daniel Dubov seems to be completely winning. You can even just lock up this king, no?
Yeah.
Or he started with G5, King B1, this King B4. Knight of 8. I guess King C2, yeah, played.
Yeah, now even Knight C3 check and King B3 just picks up the A pawn, I guess, and then we can switch back to being the aggressor, quote unquote. Yeah.
Maybe he wants to include this.
Yeah, I guess Knight B1, King H2 though.
Yeah, but then we repeat. It's a free roll.
It is very, very much a free roll, yeah. And who doesn't like a free roll?
Lawrence, you got any free rolls coming up?
Lawrence will now say yes, and I will be very upset.
I haven't got any. Yeah, well, I mean, some would classify it as a free roll and others wouldn't, but I can't really go into details.
It's a pity.
Let's put it this way. If you're an archer and you enter a competition where all of your opponents are blind and limbless, you would say you are pretty much free roll. Would you not? Yeah. You know, arching where you have to hit the target, pull the bow back.
What did you just say? Arching?
Archery, sorry, archery. When you're get arching, bro.
This is the best part about that archery competition is that one of the archers actually refers to archery as arching and still thinks he's not the one who is blind. But anyway, moving swiftly on. Daniel won, and Magnus has also won by this point.
Explaining archery to someone who's watched every single episode of Archer is just upset.
By the way, shout out Archer, greatest cartoon. I'm not a cartoon guy.
Not really the greatest ever, but it is.
It is up there. I mean, come on.
Definitely.
It's definitely top three. Yeah, it's definitely top three.
Your top three.
It's wonderful. Yeah, shocking round.
Depending on the street.
Right. Magnus Carlsen with a...
How's this checkmate? Just for the sake of completeness, just knight g5. Yeah?
I mean, just...
anything.
Knight g5 is kind of strong here.
As Mark Hebden used to say, any old iron, reference to a golf club, that the putt is so easy that you could literally use any golf club. Knight e5 is good enough. Anything is good enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
Shocking start. Two very, very different games, but glad to see we've got two decisive results, meaning that the match is already going to have to take a nice little twist straight from the beginning. Magnus Carlsen beating Wesley So in just a moment of blackout. It's very difficult to describe what Wesley did rationally, because it's just, it's a move that your average club player would understand is bad after queen takes c8. So I don't know what it is he misevaluated, or I don't know. It just feels like one of those brain farts.
This moment is the crucial moment in the game, no? Because
right.
I mean, Peter mentioned the move knight c6. It's possible to miss, but once you see it, it just looks like the right move. No gh, king h8, and we're not getting mated anytime soon. While hg looked insanely risky, and rook c8 looks even worse somehow. I don't know, hg might just be lost, but here you kind of know you're lost. So this is a shocking decision.
Yeah, this is just, it's very difficult to describe what he just did there. And in the other game, kudos to Daniel Dubov, who really, I mean, he decided not to go in for the repetition. And then Sergey lost his way, which you wouldn't actually expect in such a position. This is a position you would, of all the players in the world, actually, you would really like to have Sergey playing it black. But as Peter mentioned, he found this nice rook d1 move, which looked pretty cool, driving the black king to a very awkward square, and then picking up some material. And then once a pair of minor pieces had been traded and white wins this h7 pawn, suddenly black's task becomes clearly a lot more difficult. Yeah. So well done to Daniel Dubov. And that's the spirit as well, fighting chess, not going for the draw. What for? I think it was brilliant stuff by Daniel. So already we're in a unique kind of situation here where you don't want to say that these guys have to win the next game, but you don't want to start leaving it till having to win with white in the final. So I expect them to come out guns blazing, both Wesley and Sergey. Let's ditch the risk mitigation strategy and let's just go for it now with white. What have we got to lose? Excited about this next game coming up.
Yeah, most top players, they do play for the win with the white pieces in every game in their own way, though the question is, will they alter their strategy? I would guess Karjakin won't. He will play his 1e4 that he was going to go with anyway, see what Dubov has in store. I'm just assuming he's going to play 1e4, of course, I don't know. For Wesley, it's more of a question because his style is more inclined to, keep it safe and see if chances occur. But I would also guess he will just go with whatever first move he was going with and see what Magnus prepared. It's not the time to, I don't know, play his secret weapon 1b3 just yet.
Yeah. Quick reminder to everybody about the offers for today, of course. We, as always, have some great things in the pipeline, apart from the 2 years. For premium offer, 154 euros only for 2 full years, saving in the region of 150 euros if you get this. Use code RAPID2020. We've got Magnus Carlsen's own course for Chessable, a rare insight into how Magnus Carlsen thinks about the game chess. Chessable.com/Magnus. For that, go and get yourselves there. And remember, today is all about, well, the whole tournament is celebrating heritage in some form or another. Today we are celebrating the heritage of chess. In Russia, you just have to go to the Chess24 website, chess24.com/tour. It's a beautiful article there written by Andrei Terekhov, if I've pronounced that correctly, Peter.
Terekhov, yeah, but
Terekhov.
you got close.
Yeah, and looking at the history of chess in Russia, which is rich and long, and it's a very, very interesting article. So get yourselves there, educate yourselves, and enjoy the article.
Can't wait.
It's going to be fun. Game 2.
We should mention, in this format, the games start more or less 10 minutes after the previous game ended, so there's no set starting time like in the qualifiers. The games should resume very, very shortly. We should also explain, because there's always some confusion about it. Whoever wins their match today does not go to the semifinals yet. They're playing a so-called best of 3, which basically means you have to defeat your opponent not in one of those matches, but in 2. So if you win today, you can still win the match by winning the next 2 stages the day after tomorrow and the day after, the round after that. Ugh, I'm bungling explaining this. So they play each other until someone has scored 2 points. For winning today, you get 1 point.
Maybe a better way of explaining it was they play 3 matches against each other. Whoever wins 2 out of the 3 matches.
Yeah, the problem is if someone wins the first 2, they only play the 2. It's like NBA playoffs.
3. It's the best of 3. It's like a tennis. It's like a tennis match, basically. You win 2 sets if it isn't a Grand Slam. You win 2 sets, you go through. So
there you go.
Best of 3, winning 2 sets, and you go through. So a lot of chess. They're going to be playing a lot against each other. We saw 2 Armageddons yesterday in Nakamura versus Levon and Ding versus Yu Yangyi. I'm going to really go out on a limb here and say we're not going to get 2 Armageddons today. I know.
Oh, you're such a brave predictor when the world champion is up 1-0 in his match.
I do, you know.
Hot takes, ladies and gentlemen.
Out. Yes, hot takes.
Games are about to restart in around 1 minute. So we will see. I can't wait to cash in my currywurst when Daniel Dubov unleashes the Philidor.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that not happen. And I do enjoy, you know, because, Jan, you probably don't know this, but the world of the currywurst, the currywurst culture, the CCC, as we call it.
Wouldn't it be CWC?
The Currywurst Culture Club, CCC.
Gotcha.
You'd be surprised at how expensive some of these currywursts can be. The top-end currywursts.
Yeah, as you know, very obviously has to be differentiated from the bottom end of the currywurst.
Right.
Very important to.
Everything has an end. Only the currywurst has 2.
And
I'll take you to York and some places around there. I mean.
Wow, I can't wait for our Edel Curry date. It's going to be great fun.
Okay.
Please resume the chess, please.
Those words I don't think have ever been spoken by that person ever before.
That's probably true.
What are we thinking then? Next, should we do little predictions? So Wesley with what? You know what?
I'll predict a draw. I'll go out on a limb there.
Yeah, really.
Risk
You know
taker.
what?
So brave.
Risk
Peter,
taker
what have you got? Wesley,
no,
so
it's going to be a draw.
is it? Okay. I'm going to say you two can have the draw. I'll have the other result. How about that? So
There's
one of
two
the
other results.
Well, exactly. It's a decisive. When you have non-decisive, I'll have decisive. How about that?
All right.
Look at what Dubov is doing in a game he arguably needs a draw in.
Oh, I have.
He doesn't play d6. Come on, Dubov.
Wow.
To cover
when
that
do
pawn.
I get to cash this in? This. Yeah.
No, I mean, honestly, this is
Glorious.
frankly by move 5. It's already the not the most not the most shocking thing about this game already. Why would you do that?
Well, hold on.
This has been done
Let's-
before. Serious players have done this, but it's it's not the
Is
tightest
this
of lines.
in this move order?
Usually they start with d6.
Exactly.
No,
I think with the king still on e1 and d6 not played yet, pretty sure it hasn't been, or at least I mean not at the top level. I mean, Paco played this against me in Baden-Baden, and yes, serious people have played h6 g5 in these types of positions, but I don't think in this particular move order. In this particular move order, it really looks very, very suspect.
When you-
as we know, Dubov will have thought about this.
Yeah, I was even wondering if we could just play g4 and attempt to maybe punish it on the spot, but I guess he is not that unhappy about that endgame.
Karjakin went a4. Useful move on general terms. And all these lines, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it doesn't feel like going for immediate punishment. More, it's also the mark of a strong blitz rapid player, making a somewhat natural, useful move quickly that possibly Dubov has not made his number one priority after g5.
Yeah.
And he goes g4, not wasting any time. This
I
is
wonder
fun.
if the intention is to go knight fg2 g5 here now.
Yeah, knight h4, knight takes e4.
Queen takes g4. Oh, no, queen takes g4 g5. Yeah. Ah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
maybe. No, normally I think the knight goes back to f2. Sorry, fg2, and then it goes to like f1 and e3, and white is okay. But maybe this is why he's trying to save a tempo on d6 because it's.
I studied this line, d6, knight bd2, g5, but I couldn't make it work for black. The problem was some, I don't know about the move order, but some knight f1, knight g3, or knight e3 maneuver, and I just couldn't equalize.
Yeah.
So he's, trying to do without it.
That brings me back to happier days when I could say that my second Kirill Alexeyenko showed me this plan against h6 g5.
Wow.
And these days, this sentence would be, patently absurd, or patently even.
Would be your first Kirill Alexeyenko.
Exactly.
g4.
Exactly.
Yeah, looks interesting already, no?
It looks
Problem
very
with
interesting.
a4, not bishop b3, is that d5 hits the bishop. That's why I like this bishop b3. The other line I just showed. Good stuff by Mr. Dubov, as usual. Knight
Well,
f2
you can tell he didn't grow up in the school of Mikhail Botvinnik, that's for sure.
I think he kind of did.
He kind of did,
But
actually.
He's just a
But
rogue,
that's- yeah.
scholar.
That's the thing, though. I think these really modern ways of treating opening questions are, and g5 played more or less instantly. They just, if you somehow manage to go past the initial shock of how dare they do this, they are spitting in the face of centuries of chess development or whatever. There's definitely a classical explanation behind it. You can you can see why this could be good. You're gaining space. You're misplacing pieces which for centuries were That knight was on f3 completely unchallenged. It was centuries and centuries of the development of the gioco piano. And then when you play d5, the pawn on e5 is under pressure because white takes and goes rook e1, and you have to protect it quite awkwardly. But now it's completely safe. You will play queen bishop e6. Maybe later you might even want to play queen d7, castle long. You can play f5 to rob white of even more space in the center. I think it's just important to the important first step that many people don't take is to actually start considering c3 g5 in that position. But then, especially if white makes, as Jan already said, a somewhat nondescript choice, just basically not willing to engage on a conceptual level. A4 says, I don't care, let's continue. I'm not willing in a rapid game to invest like 5 minutes into trying to figure out what's happening here.
Yeah, now I like Dubov's position.
Yeah. I think I take black.
Yeah. And it also, if you turn the board around, it would look much more classical for today's eyes. No, it looks like any. Yeah, I'm aware it's not a Sicilian, but any modern line where white goes h3, g4, g5, occupies the center and puts pressure. a5 played. Do you even stop this pawn with a6? I'm not sure we have to.
I don't think we have to, but it feels very logical because you don't have to think about a6, b6, bishop b5 ever again. And it might be a little bit annoying because it does appear as if we will be playing bishop b6 at some point and not having to even for 1 second. No, hang on a second. a6, queen b3 probably. This is why he played a5.
Yeah, stopping at a5.
Yeah, he... No, and this is awkward, yeah. This is awkward a bit.
This is always a problem. Well, if the pawn was still on a4, knight a5 would win material. So that's possibly his point. So knight c7 is not exactly what we want to do.
There's a cute, knight e4, f5, knight f6 check is a cute way to self-mate here. No,
beautiful.
Obviously, none of these things are forced, but it's a cute final construction.
We have liftoff in So Carlsen. And Magnus Carlsen, with a 1-0 lead, goes for one of the more solid lines known to man, the Berlin. Let's see what Wesley comes up with. I guess nowadays the must play for win move is for d3. No, you don't really want to check the end game and these rook e1, knight d6, bishop e7 lines. The margins are very slim too. So yeah, he's played for d3. And Carlsen returns to the most solid move, bishop c5. He has experimented with d6 here, trying to mix it, but this time around, no nonsense. Bishop c5, takes, and short castles. I still haven't mastered all the subtleties of the move orders here. Knight b2, h3, queen e2, short castles. Peter, do you know stuff about this?
No, I wouldn't describe it as no. I've tried looking at this. I think played this more than once. But without ever really understanding what's happening or what I should be
short castle threatens knight takes e5. No, then that means black has no time for, let's say, bishop e6, which is sometimes a move. But you still choose between bishop d6, queen e7, knight d7, maybe bishop g4.
Maybe bishop g4, but bishop g4 feels maybe the least concrete here. Yeah. Like bishop g4, h3, h5, I would be mildly interested in, but the problem, of course, is that this is not checkers and white is not obliged to take, so...
Let's check.
He will slowly unpin himself and...
Yeah, we'll see what Magnus chooses in a very similar position. I usually get these with the pawn on a6. I like bishop back to d6, but it's very much a matter of taste here. Like queen d6, queen e7, knight d7. You can certainly make a case for every single one of these moves.
Yeah, also kind of very much in keeping with how Wesley approaches chess in general, I think, because Magnus himself, I think, played... How did that game against Grisha go? I think he played knight c3, right? He went something like knight c3, queen e7, bishop e3, bishop d6, bishop g5 or something, yeah? And then, like 5 moves later, this knight was on f5. the pawns were on h4 and g4, and white made significant advances somehow.
Yeah, Magnus in the meantime has decided to play queen to e7, knight bd2, and now he's moved the bishop out, which is a plan he's used in the past as well. Not so much with the intention of giving this bishop, but usually he goes to h5, and after knight d7, f6, it can sit on f7 later on, while creating some discomfort for white with this pin along the way. Wesley seems to know what he's doing here. h3, bishop h5, knight c4, knight d7, and a3. I'm wondering, my recollection is not good enough for all these things. Something similar might have happened between these two players with colors reversed, I have a feeling. Magnus once won a quick game against Wesley with some a3, b4, and then there was some knight h4, knight f5 in this structure. Maybe someone in the chat knows, I can't recall it exactly, but they have certainly discussed this terrain. a3 is an interesting little move. So a5, then you can no longer castle queenside at least, and b4 might gain in strength. So how would you react, Peter? You go f6 anyway? What do you do? a6 played.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely just, for instance, that structure. If you just allow b4 and put the bishop on d6 and give white this constant option of not a bailout exactly, but of getting the one of your bishops off the board.
Yeah, Carlsen played a6, b4, bishop back to a7. I'm never sure if the pawn is better on a6 or on a7 in these positions, but this is certainly an argument that can be better on a6 sometimes, because as mentioned, for me, I usually get this position. Anyway.
I always felt that it was, if you're going to ask anybody about this position, about what to do, Luke McShane was the guy to ask. It feels as though Luke has just got a decade worth plus of experience in these structures, and always from both sides, just knows where to put the pieces. I look at this position, don't really know where to put the pieces.
So you're saying if Magnus were to explain where the pieces go here, you would say, shut up, Magnus, I'm talking to my boy Luke over here. He's played this.
Yeah, I would say, listen, mate, let Luke speak here, because Lukey knows.
Speaking of Luke and the structure, by the way, I once lost a very painful, like 120 moves game against Luke McShane in this very structure. He was white. He didn't do anything for like 60 moves. Neither did I. But then around move 70, 80, he slowly prepared f4, and by move 90, I was in big trouble. So he really does take his time here.
I mean, Luke probably, of all the top GMs in the world, I would actually wager that he has the highest average length. Sorry, the highest. What do I want to say here? The average length of a game, he's number one. I mean, he plays. Yeah, I said it terribly. I find it very difficult with these earphones. I can't actually articulate anything. He plays the longest games in elite chess, is what I'm trying to say, on average, I think. How many 120, 130, 140 move games has Luke McShane played? Do you remember that epic battle against... Sorry? He's played tons. He loves playing long games, both in terms of time and moves, Luke McShane.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Luke is a master of a protracted battle, and he, give him a somewhat close structure, and he will make 100 moves in it, and be happy about it. This is more my kind of position. Let's go back to Karjakin Dubov.
Yeah, this looks more like, I don't know, your typical Mortazavi Trent bullet game. No,
yeah, exactly. That's exactly. he'll be happy. I'll let him know about that later. Yeah, if he's not watching, this could be from a Mortazavi Trent bullet game. Ali with the knight on f4, his favorite.
Yeah, no, it honestly it feels to me like Dubov is just thinking these 4-game matches are a bit too long for my liking. Let's just finish it in 3.
Is he better? This looks very scary, no?
No, like he's just not really very interested in the, let's contain with the black pieces here, play safe with white, and then just make a draw in game 4 and win 2.5/2. It's just much better to win the first 2 and then not do as I did. obviously very
Does
important
it.
second part of that equation is not to do as I did when you lead 2-0 against Sergei Karjakin.
Yeah, it's showing utter contempt, actually, isn't it, for Sergei to a certain extent? Running his G pawn down the board, just putting a knight on f4 on whatever it is.
Like if you want to, I forgot the very clever Latin name for this thing, but obviously it's unnecessary to attach emotions to what I think, in particular in Dubov's case, because he is, I think, a lot more sort of mathematically and EV inclined than people would give him credit for. He just, I think, correctly identified at what in chess he is better than Karjakin, and he is saying, "I'm going to be doing that with either color. I don't care. I'm not just gonna give you a safe game where you have all your plus equals for the next 50 moves."
Yeah.
So you don't need to describe it as contempt, even though I understand where you're coming from, and I wouldn't even necessarily disagree if we wanted to build up this narrative. But it's just he thinks extremely sharp positions where decisions have to be taken starting as early as possible, and especially if those positions are the ones he knows and Sergei doesn't, are sort of exactly how he wins games of chess against Karjakin, which I think is a very astute observation, and entirely correct. And so he's doing it with white, he's doing it with black. He's just saying, yeah, show me, let's play.
Also, superpower is he is able to get these positions with black in the most solid of openings, like we've seen. His contributions to the Sicilian, to the Marshall, and now he's doing it to the Italian, where, I've played quite some Italians looking to spice it up. I've never had this position with black.
Not even
after
close
11
to
moves.
this position. Yeah,
and I typically don't play players of Karjakin's caliber, so it's impressive how he does.
Yeah, it's he's also probably, like, if anybody is better here, I've been staring at this for how long has Karjakin been thinking here? About 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
It's another effect. Karjakin is down to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think black is just better, honestly.
What do you do?
Which is an additional advantage to this approach. Yeah. Now, I think this is the most principled reply and the one that was worrying me the most. Knight g2 check, king f1, gh3, queen h5, and then we sacrifice the exchange on h3. This is the one line where I wasn't altogether convinced that that black is better. I think we have to play queen e7 here, and white just snap takes on h3, I think. If this works out for white, maybe my assessment that white is worse is completely wrong. And Karjakin, once again, we've been talking about more or less exclusively about how good Dubov is. But obviously, if you wake up the real Karjakin and force him to play, he will find the good moves. He will find the good decisions. And
okay. Also, instead of resigning, you at least go for an interesting line here. No, like, let's not.
Yeah, no, but instead of resigning, you could play h takes g4, which I think is a lot safer, but also a lot weaker, or something like that.
Release the Kraken. Release the Karjakin.
Yeah.
Nearly.
Exactly.
Good stuff, Lawrence.
So let's try and figure out how black replies to knight e4. You could just we could go GH.
GH.
But yeah, he has gone GH. But now
there's no queen h5.
I guess the point is, if white now takes and goes queen h5, we do have knight e5. No, I want to take on f4.
No Zwischenzug?
Yeah, you can, but like your rook g1, rook takes g2 will not make me particularly sad. It's only one pawn. Like, positions like this, I can definitely believe are just very good for white.
Why aren't we playing, like, when I look at this position, why aren't we just playing g3? I mean, that's the first.
Yeah. Also g3. Yeah, very good point. Very good point, Florence.
Knight g2, king f1, the knight is stranded, and where does the knight go? Knight e6.
No, I think it goes back. I think it goes to
we
g6.
don't get the
probably.
check, no? We go somewhere.
g5
Well,
or
if you
g6,
go to e6, I might take on h3 in a good work.
I worry about nothing. I took a pawn. What's the problem?
Yeah, but now my queen can Can we go queen h5? Question mark.
Queen should.
No.
No, you can, but I'm saying pas de problème.
No? Is
Yeah,
this
I like this. I'm actually a little bit surprised more attention has not been given by
But hold
Sergei
on,
to the
can I-
idea of taking on f4.
can like in those positions there? How ridiculous is it to play rook takes h3?
Not at all. I think that exchange sack will always be there, and Black probably just ignores it. Goes queen d7, long castles.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just not taking that.
Yeah.
The light squares are so weak that if I'm playing this position with Black, I'm not touching that rook. I
Fair
want
enough.
my development much more than I want.
Yeah. If you get in that, it actually looks a bit dangerous for white, doesn't it? Castle's
Yeah. Once
one.
again, once the king is
Yeah.
evacuated
Mhm.
and is safe.
Agreed.
Drama, baby. G3, he's gone knight e6.
Knight e6. It's a square I wouldn't have guessed.
I don't like it. It's
Yeah.
more awkward than this knight d5, bishop e6, is it not?
Yeah, queen h5. How do we reply to queen h5 now? I guess some
What is
kind
this
of queen
horse
e7, bishop d7, and long castles. I guess
So
I
much
hear.
slower. More
Yeah,
passive, no?
it feels a lot slower than what we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, I don't like this one bit. It's a strange
Might still be okay, but wouldn't have been my chosen square. Isn't Wesley just better now, by the way?
Yeah, I was wondering. Here after knight f5, Magnus played queen f8.
But
Should
honestly,
you-
I already don't really like a6 bishop a7 followed by bishop takes e3.
Yeah.
Feels like you've given white a lot of what he wanted here.
Also, yeah, bishop takes e3. Okay, probably you don't save a lot of time with castles. I don't know. I didn't like this queen f8, so we should keep that square.
And now,
Knight
yeah,
g3,
white
bishop
unpins
f7.
himself quite
Oh, that's-
safely.
That's why I went queen f8. Now I get it. Queen f7, knight g3. He didn't like. He wanted to keep the square for the bishop.
But yeah, but now this is sort of like close to the absolute maximum that white achieves in these structures, because you can go for something like knight h2 and f4, or you can even play the immediate d4, which I don't think is that stupid. And Black is even some way away from castling anywhere. I guess queen e7 and castles short, because I think castling long into a 4b5 play doesn't feel very safe. I don't know.
No, I agree. Looks nice for white.
I think maybe Magnus should have spoken to Luke a bit longer.
Luke McShane did actually help Magnus Carlsen. No, did he? He helped Vishy Anand in. That's what I was thinking of. It's this Peter Heine story in the 2010 match against Topalov. Not sure if he helped Magnus.
Yeah, read the book on Vishy. I've actually forgotten the title off the top of my head. What's it called? Yeah.
The
I
Anand
think you're
files?
talking about the Anand
the
files.
Anand
Yeah, but
files,
that
yeah.
that one's not in there. This McShane,
No?
that's what Peter Heine was talking about, and
That was a tweet, was
the
it? Peter Heine.
probably a tweet. Also,
Yeah,
he might have mentioned it
okay.
on the Perpetual Chess podcast.
By the way, do we play g5 here? I feel like we might have to. Unhappily.
Ugh.
I think allowing f4. He's gone
H5.
h5.
No, no. No, no,
Build the
no.
bathtub. I'm a fan. F4,
Well,
H4.
the bathtub will get disassembled though after f4. I'm not
The
entirely
risk
sure
of
what he is.
bathtubbing. Now he takes. Wants queen f4, queen d6, maybe.
Yeah, but you are kind of stably worse for the rest of the game, right? In these types of structures, it's not horrible, but it's always quite nice for white. White has like a risk-free plus. Queen f4, queen d6 might just lose to e4, e5 as well. Well, lose maybe is a bit strong, but it might be.
No, it might just
Yeah.
lose. I
No,
don't-
knight takes e5. Knight takes e5 still holds
No.
things together. Yeah. Knight e4, yeah.
94,
Knight e4, check
yeah.
and
Yeah.
lock castles, yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Just
think
in time.
Yeah, this does not look great. Maybe not queen d6. castles. But yeah, I'm not a fan.
No.
If the bathtub does not last.
Yeah, big chance for Wesley. It looks like here, in my opinion. I think.
Yeah, I think this is about the best position you could get in the anti-Berlins these days. And then again, like if Magnus just snap castles queenside here and goes for some kind of bishop b6, g5, h4, g4 counterplay and gets there, we all look very silly, me in particular, because I keep on pushing the whole "this is not great" agenda.
Well, could be both, no? Could be. Great position for white, but still some counter chances.
How?
Long castles played.
Forgive me for being extremely ignorant.
We have
Never.
forgiven you a long time ago.
How ridiculous is it to play e5 very quickly here?
He did
Like,
play it very quickly.
He's
so
played
not
it
too ridiculous.
instantly.
Well, great.
Well, it makes perfect strategic sense,
Yeah.
because, as mentioned, the type of counterplay I just described is maybe the best shot of.
So
of
h4
black.
now is knight e4. Yeah, this
Exactly. And if f5, you can either play h4 or knight f3, one of these moves.
Yeah, and it also kills off the black king side very
Correct.
efficiently.
nice
I'm
spot.
actually quite proud of that one. Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
What do we do? We have to play f5? I'm not.
Ugh.
If we have to play f5, we are incredibly unhappy, right? We're just like really.
Do you
not
play knight
like-
f3 allowing h4, or do you just go h4 there?
Yeah, I'm very conflicted because I wanted to go knight f3, but h4, knight e2, and then bishop d5 is kind
Yeah,
of bugging me
exactly.
a little bit. Maybe actually play h4 first and then establish a full dominance over the light squares. I don't think we need to hurry there. I don't think any counterplay is coming, really.
Takes queen f6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you would like to do that, but it might just lose material. I think the problem
Exactly.
here is that queen d6, rook a, e1,
Yes.
Takes first.
or takes
Or
first and
takes-
d4.
takes,
Yeah,
and d4 is winning, yeah.
CD d4, rook 6, rook e1. Yeah.
d1, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I think it would be black's best choice, because I think everything else looks even worse. But not if it loses material.
Probably go f5 and gravel, but ugh.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of groveling there. Yeah.
Check
It's,
out my grovel pit, as was once famously said.
Yep.
is that? I'm not even going to. You've admitted to not being a cricket person, so I'm not going.
No, it's not a cricket. It's not a cricket reference.
Wu-Tang, Peter.
It's a Wu-Tang reference. Gravel pit. Classic. Not my favorite, actually, but
Who's your favorite Wu-Tang member, Lawrence?
I don't know. Who's yours?
I think you had
Method
this
Man.
discussion on air.
Did we talk about this once?
We talked about it in a chess context about Jizza and Rizza. And
Yeah, no, I
those
was going to
things.
say, because the RZA loves the chess.
Yeah.
So we
Is
would-
it correct to actually say the RZA?
The RZA.
That's
No, it's
Both Rizza and the Rizza. It's okay.
the RZA. Yeah, it's definitely not.
And has Karjakin blundered knight f4?
Let's go there.
Has Dubov risen to the occasion? Knight f4. Wow.
And Karjakin very quickly goes knight g2, so that would imply that he hasn't blundered, and he found a very cute.
What?
Very
Is this
cute
his trap?
tactical
Knight
reply.
f4, knight d2?
Ah, he's also on
Come
3 seconds, so maybe he has blundered.
Maybe he
What?
just doesn't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and actually we can take. Yeah, we can take and go back to c8 because gf, ef, we win the piece back. Whoa.
That escalated
Wow.
quickly.
We've
Let's
missed
show this.
we've missed a lot of events in this game,
Checkmate.
but yeah.
We go back.
Takes, and bishop d5 creates a threat of mate in 1, but we do have rook takes d5, and we are much better. And yeah, takes and bishop c8 played, and looks like Sergei either lost on time or resigned. Either one is.
Oof, the game
Wow.
disappeared.
Yeah, judging by the fact that it got off our screens awfully fast there. Nobody resigns
we
in this
can get-
position, so
he got
Confirmation. It's not a resigns position, so yeah.
I mean, it might be very bad, but nobody resigns in this position, in particular when you're trailing in the match as is. So I suspect he lost on time.
Yeah.
Wow, shocking! Sergei Karjakin in need of a miracle.
Yeah, go tweet something, Lawrence.
Wow, should I?
Please.
I could.
I don't know, depending on how you feel. Drive a different car every day, depending on how I feel.
Peter is referencing to the fact, in case you're wondering, that Dubov is up 2-0 against Karjakin, which Lawrence usually considers a decisive lead.
He's not wrong, frankly.
Well, I can say this confidently, that Daniel Dubov will at least be playing an Armageddon today.
Wow.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Well done,
Magnus,
Carlsen, as we say in the
real
business,
big trouble, no?
Magnus he's still kicking. He's actually managed to create some counterplay at least. It's very important that he got this c6, c5 move in to have a reply bishop c6 to the c4 threat.
Looks
because
absolutely horrible to me.
It does, but I'm trying to make an argument that this is an improvement over how it looked previously.
Always find a silver lining.
Yeah, that's like that's the full extent of my argument. I'm not saying this is good. I'm saying this is not as bad as I thought it was. e6 like knight f6 here, put it on g4 and claim that the knight on g3 is still very stupid. Somehow, I don't know. Yeah. Not going to argue this is good for black. Don't get me wrong.
I was thinking about CB rook f5 just for funsies.
Ooh.
Probably not necessary to give a rook.
Yeah, probably not necessary, but yeah, it's a cute idea.
Thank you.
Wesley is also 8 against 4 on the clock, which is once again not something you get against Magnus very often. Magnus normally very much in control in terms of time management.
It feels like often good positions and being up on the clock go hand in hand, huh?
Yep. But this is the phase of the game where like you get to the point where your position looks stunningly good from a purely aesthetic perspective, like you're in control, your pieces have good squares and so on. But your opponent, being a good player, refuses to just lay down and die. And you have to start calculating. You have to actually figure out a way to land that decisive blow.
Rook e3 played, which is more trying to win by class, no?
Well, he's making sure he doesn't blunder the e5 pawn after knight e5. He is preparing to pin it properly with rook fe1. Yeah, but it is a bit of an all-purpose good move.
Counterpin.
Yeah, actually, why have we allowed this? Whoa. Maybe knight f5 works now, but yeah, why have we allowed this? Knight d7, c6... might actually kind of work. I don't know if it's... I blundered knight b6, yeah.
Still works. No, it doesn't.
No. E3 is hanging.
E3 is hanging.
E3 is hanging.
Yeah.
And Magnus goes b7, b5, saying if you don't want to play c4 when it's free, I will make you at least fight for it, sort of.
So play c4, no? I don't
yeah.
know.
Was knight f6 not good at all? Like, it looks extremely attractive. The idea of landing that knight on g4 with tempi. Why wasn't this played? Maybe some kind of c4. I think maybe it was c4, bishop c6, bc5, knight g4, d4.
Okay,
but I think you take that, right?
We might not be in great shape, but it's better than what we had.
Well, I don't know. Like, if you imagine the knight actually getting to f4 from g3, you just resign. Like, if this happens, you never make a move in this game ever again, pretty much. So yeah, I don't know. But interesting that yes, Magnus is behind on the clock, but he definitely had time to consider knight f6 for a bit, and he played b5 very, very quickly.
This is also ruining his king safety, so it gives white another dimension.
Very much so,
to
yeah.
work with,
Very
like
much so.
C4, A4. I don't know. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to give Wesley too many tempting options to confuse him.
Which is, no joke, a very solid option when you really dislike your position. Feeding your opponent as many promising directions to look at as possible is often the prescribed way of doing things.
It's a thin line, of course, but yeah, if nothing wins, but everything looks interesting, that's not the worst spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's lengthening the diagonal for that bishop. You can sort of see the reasoning for it. That the bishop needs to stay on the long diagonal. If it ever is forced to go back to the f7 and g8 squares, this is how you lose.
Wesley plays 92, which looks like a solid move.
No, but now once again, shall we discuss knight f6?
Let's do it.
I would really like that knight to be on g4. Also, 92, like my first instinct was, is this sort of non-concrete enough for knight takes e5 to suddenly work? Can we check that for a second? Can we take the pawn now?
I don't believe it.
He already hasn't, but yeah. I wanted to play queen
he's
d6. Yeah, he's gone bishop b7. Queen d6, I guess, takes, rook e1 wins. Because rook e1, knight f3 check, I think, works out for me. But takes, rook e1 wins the piece for nothing. Yeah, fair enough. Bishop b7 played and knight c3 played quite quickly by Wesley. Where is that knight going? Yeah.
Curious. I thought he wanted to reshuffle to f4. Knight c3, I don't like.
Yeah.
Once again, knight f6. Why not knight f6?
He keeps on giving Magnus this option. Yeah, I just eventually Magnus will play this. Yeah.
To believe, no?
Maybe he is. Yeah. Maybe both of them are, because Magnus hasn't played it yet. But you know, the longer it stays on the board, the more I think probability increases that.
Sionaire saying Sessa says Wesley blew it. So what was wrong? Knight c3 was wrong, yeah. Knight c3 feels strange, no? Like you want this knight on
yeah,
f4,
I just don't understand why it's even headed in that direction.
Where's
Yeah.
it going? Yeah.
Even knight f8 e6 now kind of gained in strength because the other knight has
CB played. I can't guess the move. CB, AB, and now knight f6. Okay.
Yeah, I think
So
he
why
just
did he
wanted
need
to
CB,
not
AB?
have to calculate those exchange sacrifices. Maybe knight f6, bc5, knight g4, d4 was still bugging him, even though it's a much improved version compared to the position
But
we were
knight
discussing
f6,
earlier.
there was also, maybe not. Yeah? I was going to say there was also queen c5, but then d4.
d4, queen c6. Actually, yeah, even that I couldn't refute so easily. So a little bit
knows?
surprising, but
Just
No,
CB
but the
is so
main-
ugly positionally, but
Mhm.
maybe it's more important if the horse comes back.
yeah.
Let me say,
Kessel is saying knight f6 was equal instead of CB. Say.
let me mention the elephant in the room here. What if I do take on f6 here? Let me just be
Yeah,
I didn't even think of that.
okay.
I
King
did, but it
F2.
doesn't queen. Like it.
No, it doesn't
you
queen.
don't-
King f2. I
I
just
just want to go all
And then knight
position.
e2, yeah, or something.
yeah, just knight e2, knight f4. Let's just play chess.
That's not how Wesley does it.
No, I know, but yeah, f4, knight e2.
It might actually be very interesting here. Yeah,
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
I don't know if it works, but it's a very
Me
interesting
neither.
concept.
But, because to allow this knight on g4 really. But you could claim that this knight is out of play now. Yeah, is that?
Yeah, no, you will not
I'd
be
still
allowed.
rather have it out of play here than sitting on d7. doing
And he
nothing.
goes c5. I was wondering about that. He says,
Sure.
I actually need more counterplay. This is not enough. I need to continue creating threats every
Now
move.
it's a mess. No, Wesley's played this a little meekly, like this knight c3
Yeah.
I didn't like, and there's rook back to e2, rook fe1.
Yeah, starting with rook e3, it felt very sort of inconcrete. It felt like he was very much expecting for the black position to collapse under its own weight somehow. And when you play Magnus, this rarely ever happens.
It ain't happening. c5 might still be good for white, but it's so much nicer for black.
Oh, I don't know.
Practically.
I don't know. This is an actual mess now. I think this is really anybody's now. All three results are very much in play suddenly. And the clock situation improved a great deal for Magnus as well. He's only a minute down.
Yeah, we should mention they're playing with 50 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. So it's hard to lose on time, although we do suspect that happened to Mr. Karjakin earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, Karjakin now in really desperate straits, obviously. Game 3 with the black pieces as well. So, yeah, flashbacks.
There's a suggestion for Lawrence to dress up as Wilhelm Steinitz and to do the show in character. I'm not against it. Get a nice wig.
Why Steinitz specifically? Like, we're obviously all in favor of some sort of cosplay, but Steinitz cosplay.
Wow. Surprising to hear that from Peter.
No, really surprising. Yeah, why Steinitz? I can work on the beard. That won't take too long. You know.
You think?
German. Yeah, the German I'm going to have to do a bit of work on.
And Wesley found a very, very sharp tactical reply to what Magnus was doing. E6, CB4 followed by knight f7 here, creating obviously a very strong threat of knight d6 check, and then just take on e8, regardless of where the king goes, sort of thing.
So if we take, you give a check.
Yeah, and if king d8, I take on e8 here. I think that's the point, and then queen b8 check. And
takes.
They check from b6, e7 check. You have to take, yeah, that will not work. So you have to go rook e7 and then maybe queen d4 check. Yeah, queen d4 check wins here.
Beautiful.
And then queen h8 check after king, queen d7. And we got there finally.
You got the king.
Yeah, but after knight f7, black has a large number of intermediate options, like queen c5 check you can start with. You can play queen c7 as well. Queen c7, my current favorite, I think. Queen c7, knight d6 check, just king b8.
And why aren't we taking? Yeah, why aren't we taking rooks?
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, that is strong. Yeah, it's
Is it that strong? E7, e8. Why is it the end?
E7 rook e. Maybe not the end of the world. Maybe you can play like this. Yeah, knight g1.
Where the knight goes.
Yeah, knight d1,
bishop
a5.
d5, I guess, to stop the rook from coming to e6, and then
yeah.
Game continues.
Game sort of continues here, yeah, with the outside passer being quite annoying, and the e7 pawn sort of blocking in its own rooks. He has played queen c7, so I wasn't wrong on that count. I did blunder knight takes h8, but I wasn't wrong about queen c7 somehow. Maybe there's just nothing better.
So knight d6 check. Now we can go to b8.
Yeah, and yeah, this is another discussion point. Just knight d6 check, and then knight somewhere. Let's say knight a2 or knight d1. I don't know which one is more natural. But I guess black just plays a5 here and says, what's the point, kind sir?
That does sound like Magnus.
Yeah, still
Wesley's going to take on c7 and h8. And
extremely likely.
hope for the
Probably
best.
also because it's the best move in the position, I suspect.
What about queen takes b4? Are we getting
Queen
checkmate
h2,
here?
yeah, queen h2, queen h1 would be, yeah. If not for that, that would be a very serious option. So yeah, takes played. Knight probably goes to d1 because knight a2, a5 is not an improvement.
Yep,
He hasn't
d1
included
board.
d7, which I quite like. I think there was no reason to include d7 this early. Magnus goes rook e8 anyway.
Only one d7 now. Little space.
But you can do it. There's still time to do it.
There he comes.
He does it now. Yeah, my favorite is bishop d5. I don't think it's forced, but I think stopping rook e6 is sensible.
Played.
And now, yeah, this is a curious position because you can play something like knight e3, after which I think you just take and you start pushing the a pawn. I think black might not even be worse. Maybe
It's all on the board. Rook g3. Do you just keep pushing, or do you even have time to?
I think we even have time for bishop f7, maybe. Yeah. And the third is probably a4 and then b3, taking on b3 with the bishop and then pushing two of them, which would really start worrying white quite a bit.
Yeah, two run faster than one. This is dangerous for Wesley all of a sudden. King f2.
Yeah, it's a very double-edged position. King f2, like if he has time to go king g3, f4, g5, f6, he wins. But I suspect he doesn't. I suspect the counterplay comes a bit too fast for this. Also, maybe there's an argument for playing something like f4, rook e5, king d6, but I don't really like it. Rook g5.
Like we're getting sidetracked now.
Yeah. Rook g5 bugs me a little bit too much in this position. Yeah, rook takes b5 or rook e4, yeah, or something. Yeah. I mean, the king march is worrying. So you actually, and another problem for Magnus is he's down to 40 seconds. So if there's
Wait, a4, king g3.
Yeah. So Wesley just says, yeah, I don't think he could have calculated all of it in time. I think he just says, I need to trust that this works out for me. And nothing else really makes sense. And yeah, Magnus goes a3 first, which is curious because now we can maybe stop black.
What does he want?
I think he still wants the same things, but maybe he wants to play a2 first and then get it in. Yeah, like b3 next. I don't know. It's a little bit strange to me because for instance, now d3, d4 might stop b3 from happening altogether. And without the second passer, I think the a pawn on its own doesn't do enough. We'll see. So he goes king f4, b3, but now takes d4. Doesn't this win the
takes on b4?
Takes on b4. But how are we making any progress? I mean, he's painting a very beautiful painting here, Magnus. But after d4, how does he ever make progress on the queen's side?
Painter doesn't worry about progress. Painter paints.
That is, we know this to be true because the painter described this in great detail.
Exactly. So let's say king g5.
No, I think allowing bishop takes b3 is a little bit too much.
All right, there's your progress.
No, but after d4, specifically after d4, how
maybe now you can put a bishop on e4.
Ah. Yeah, okay, I'm just being silly. Yeah, I missed that altogether.
b1 we don't want to do. Should maybe just a2.
Not really. King g6.
Or no, sorry. King g5 not played. I don't know, feels like still three results in play, no? King d6, bishop b3, d2, like who the F knows? d4 played, wow.
d4, but now after bishop e4, you need to, like, what's the reply? Because if you lose the e7 pawn for nothing, you are probably in practical terms losing this game. I don't think you hold it long term.
After Goran. King d6 played, Magnus. Not in a hurry. Bishop e4. Maybe there's some rook c1, rook c4 business.
But I thought I can go get the king to b5, but then maybe rook c7. I don't know. Yeah.
King d6. And now what? Quo vadis?
Rook e5, sort of stopping bishop e4, but allowing bishop b3. So a very, very committal choice there by Wesley.
Or a2.
But then rook b5?
Or even a2, actually. Yeah, a2 looks very interesting here. I think Wesley might end up losing this game. The way, the way the trend is in the past few moves, I think it's very easy to envisage how you just lose this with white.
The trend is your friend.
Sort of regardless of what the objective evaluation here is, which I suspect is still good for white.
As we say.
But I'm not sure anymore. Maybe rook e2? 5 e2.
The chat is yelling, no, Magnus is lost now, Peter.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was talking about. I was saying that with the dwindling time on the clock and
Rook
the
A1
position
played.
becoming sharper and sharper. Yeah, bishop takes b3.
Yeah. I have a feeling Rook A1 was not it. Yeah, Rook 5 E3 was the winning move instead of Rook A1 apparently. So Rook A1, Bishop B3.
Yeah, now white is fighting. White is fighting for. This is exactly what I was trying to describe. I wasn't talking about the objective evaluation of the position. I was talking about the fact that Wesley kind of lost control. It was quite obvious that he lost control and wasn't really sure what goes where.
Maybe. What's going on now?
I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised by Rook G3 because now I guess White takes on B3, takes on A2, and doesn't lose.
Bailoutovich. But Black doesn't lose either.
Yeah, no. Black is probably even
Black
still the side pushing here.
He might win this actually, no? With the king on F6.
Yeah, how do you actually play this position with white? It's not easy.
Like Rook D2 and then King F6, F7, F6, F7, and hope this holds. I think is the way. Like I would probably just take on B3. Actually, I don't like the idea of keeping this setup alive. I think we can't really do without this exchange sack. If I'm feeling really brave, I take on B3 and I take on G6. But I normally don't feel very brave. He's going Rook B5.
Wesley's not winning this. He's shaking his head too. Really, he feels the moment has gone.
Yeah, I think he needs to make sure he doesn't lose it. I don't think winning this is, such a high priority anymore. And after a little bit of a triangulation maneuver by Magnus, now he doesn't really have the, a good version of the exchange sack anymore. Rook A5, we can now take on G2. Maybe the Rook A6 check and King E5 is going to worry Magnus now. Maybe he doesn't do it.
We'll find out. Meanwhile, the Dubov Karjakin game is underway. Wow, this looks unusual from Sergei Karjakin, but down to 0, of course. He has to mix it.
Taking a leaf out of Fabiano's book. This is Fabiano's go-to, if I need to win, I'll play something that isn't ridiculously risky, but it's maybe slightly dubious.
Yeah, Bishop C8 here, interesting choice.
Yeah, not an obvious move at all, but probably not that horrible either.
Yeah, not horrible.
Yeah, not great either. Now we get this typical, whatever you want to call it, half Benoni structure, where white is much better. Computers will yell +1 here at you. And it's very common. I would guess at a level slightly below world class, like 2300-2400 players, you get these sort of setups a lot with the black pieces. And
yeah, these positions are basically losing for black.
They're not great, yeah.
White just goes F4 at the right moment and then does one of Levon's favorites, E5, D5, F5 is often.
Wow, culture.
Yep. You can even just prepare it in various ways.
Yeah, but Daniel obviously not going to be very interested in.
No, this is
G3.
G3 is
good. Here you throw an A4, King G2, H4, H5.
H4, H5 in particular. Yeah, just start softening up that king side. It gets quite annoying quite fast there. Wesley just declined the threefold. He had a perpetual with the rook checks on the A file and played Rook C8-5. It's once again, like
B6,
I understand his match situation is not the greatest, but if you lose this game, it doesn't improve. So it's like it's a 4-game set. It's not a 2-game set. Why is he doing this to himself? Because now after King D6, I don't think he has a reliable way of getting back to that. I think he might actually lose this now.
How does black win? Just
well, the F pawn. Yeah, the Frodo will run towards Mount Doom very, very quickly here.
Except when he reaches Mount Doom, he has a sex change. That'd be quite a plot twist.
That is not how I expected this story to go, but sure, let's run with it.
Lots of twists and turns. Yeah, Frodo's
But
adventure.
d8 king c7 is the move, obviously. And
Yeah, but then it goes to b6 now. Like you just go f3 and king to b6. I think white just kind of resigns now.
Frodo's done it. And rook a2.
Yeah, you go rook a2, but then rook g2, the pawn goes to f2, and then I go king d6, d5, and no, I understand Wesley felt like he needed to, maximize his chances in every white game, but going 0-2 down against Magnus is not the way to come back from losing the first game. I mean 0-2, not 0-1. Yeah, now just rook g2 and the king comes in. Or even the king comes in instantly. You can go rook g3 after rook f2, it doesn't matter.
So do they play the fourth?
Resigns.
Yeah.
No, if someone has 2.5 points, there's no fourth game.
So we could actually today have both matches done and dusted by game 3.
Yeah, we could have a shortish day today.
Yeah. A large portish day.
So if Dubov draws this match is over. And if Magnus draws his next game with the white pieces, his match ends as well.
And I might, for once, be doing really well in a fantasy competition.
Oh.
Which would be...
Congrats.
It's amazing.
Which would be very, very unusual.
ED. Dubov is showing in this game that he did get his Soviet school classes. He did pay some attention in the squeezing chapters. This is just very unpleasant for black.
This is I've had this position with black countless times.
Not surprised.
I haven't learned from my mistakes. And this kind of position, a variation. And knight a8 is kind of pretty much sums up what's going on here. That's
that's looking for counterplay. Queen a5, knight b6.
Yeah, and
it's not great. It's also under control.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fancy schmancy, as we say.
As we say.
Yeah. Lots of ways for white to go here. h4 immediately. I'm not even concerned about queen a5, knight b6. I'm really not.
No
it's not a threat. Knight takes a4, rook a1 is always.
But it's a clever move by. It's a clever move by Sergei nonetheless, because he is forcing Daniel to out of the sort of the coasting mode.
You can always be a nit in these positions. I've been a nit in such positions forever.
That is true, yeah.
Don't touch me.
You can't touch this.
He plays b3, but it's also nitty. Queen a5, rook c1.
Or even knight e4. No, knight e4, that would be takes bishop d4. It might become a little bit more of a game, probably unnecessary. Might b1, rook takes d2 or whatever, yeah. Even that position after bishop d4 with take, and if you take with the c pawn, you probably lose, so it's not really an improvement.
Yeah. White has a great reserve of solidity in these. Black never gets b5. And there's only so many tricks with one bishop on the long diagonal. No, Dubov so far
strategically, honestly, strategically perfect from Daniel Dubov today. Just spot on.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very well played match from start to finish by the young man. Just never giving Sergei any respite.
Yeah.
I think the intention here of queen b6 is to meet queen c2 with rook takes e3, right? You snap take on e3 here, even though it's not maybe a winning attempt objectively, but it changes the structure in such a way that it instantly becomes a lot more pleasant to play with black.
At least
even though
nice now, although you're not better, I guess.
Yeah, I think generally you're just equal, but you are equal in a way that allows you to to pester white forever. So I guess rook b1 is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't allow rook takes e3. Maybe if I can't go queen e3 here.
Yeah, maybe queen. No, but queen b4, rook fc1. We can still stabilize. Yeah.
Good news for white is even endgames are nice, so we can always.
Yeah, no, endgames you like. I think proper white players consider themselves to be almost winning there. In particular, if the pawn is already on a5.
There are all the classics, no? Like Uman, somebody, Polygaevsky, somebody else against somebody else. Like there's many examples.
Yeah. Very much so. Is rook b1 bishop d4 his intention, maybe? Ah, this is why rook b1 hasn't been played yet.
So he has managed to wrestle away a bit of control, yeah? Although here...
Bishop h6 specifically, stopping bishop takes c3. Okay, so Daniel played queen c2, and I think you have to take on e3 here, because if you don't, this bishop will go to g2, and you will never have that opportunity ever again. And then you are back to having pretty much 0 winning chances.
Yeah.
This is the one-off offer of rook takes e3, which has to be accepted.
Kind of agree, although as discussed, hard to believe that black could be better in that position after fe.
Not to begin with, but actually with the pawn already on h3 and the pawn on g3 kind of already softened up a little bit, you can imagine how, eventually, let's say, particularly if the pair of knights gets traded off and like I get my bishop on e5, queen on g5, the knight starts, floating around the h5 squares and so on. And it's definitely like, why do I have to defend? It's probably zero.
Just go for the attack. h4, knight e4, checkmate. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, the drawback for Sergei here is that to even get that opportunity, you had to play knight a8. So he is like 5 tempi behind where his pieces would have been ideally, but you still have to snap on e3, and he does. Yeah,
he does.
I would not have expected anything else. Yeah, you absolutely have to.
Queen d8.
Yep, and the queen has to get rerouted towards good squares here.
Let's see how Dubov handles it. I guess you could think about doubling the rooks here. H4.
I always like the examples in this structure where you give the exchange back and for some benefit. I'm not sure quite how you do it. Maybe put the rook on f4, for example, and if bishop h6, you just ignore it.
You just leave it there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Try and see.
But I do want to say that it feels like Dubov also maybe was lulled into a little bit of too much of a sense of security. He could have played
was somewhat imprecise. Yeah, this.
No, we were arguing for queen c2, but it still allows rook e3. I think maybe already here he has to take some less than pleasant. Maybe bishop f4. Yeah, start with bishop f4. Start with bishop f4, make black make a move, and then we go queen c2, bishop g2. Yeah.
Anyway, rook f2 played.
Yeah, I mean, he's still very, very likely to come out of this completely unscathed, but yeah, he will be unhappy about this himself, I think. He will know that he is in a fight now, and in general in the structure, if white manages to kill off the very first bloom of the counterplay, second bloom never really comes.
Yep.
Looming hell, Sergei Karjakin. He's got the sort of position though where he's got that chance. You manage to get a good few moves in, and it's not easy for white to actually force matters here at all. In fact, you can't.
I think it's impossible. I think you just pay attention for the next 15 minutes. There will be small threats along the way, and you have to figure out where to put your pieces. I'd be curious if somebody has access to like proper machinery, not the weak onboard engine websites tend to have, but like a proper engine. I wonder if machines actually already like black to the extent that they prefer black here.
Nah, no way.
Nah. Machines will be machines, but I doubt
Machines will also be right. Black is not better here. No way.
I wonder what actually the AI machines would say here in terms of, because they don't evaluate it obviously in terms of who's better or worse, but just your probability of winning out of 100, right? So I would be curious. Somebody throw
But
this.
isn't the side who's more likely to win more out of 100 better?
Yes.
But you're saying they don't give 0.
No, they
30.
don't. Just because you're half
They
a
kind of
point
do
up doesn't necessarily mean you're better, right? I would be curious to see. Can somebody throw this on Leela? Or does anybody have access to that? Jan, you're a professional second.
I do have access.
Do you?
But
Somebody throw
guarantee
Leela.
black is not better here. Bishop h6, knight d1 though. He's making some not very
Exactly.
active moves.
I'm actually going to.
Can you do it, Peter? Have you?
Yeah, it really you're making it sound like some incredible technological advance that I can access some version of Leela, and it really isn't that very difficult these days. Let me just set this up somehow.
Okay. Can we go for it? So they give it in terms of probability, right? So I'm going to say it gives like 28% to 30% probability of a win.
But just to update you on Leela, Lawrence, it shows the same thing other engines show. It will show like 0.30.
Oh, it doesn't give the probability?
No, it translates the internal probability into those numbers we're so used to.
Okay. Hashtag never used Leela.
Yeah, hashtag obviously.
Okay, with your notes you don't have to, but the rest of us, like, we have to.
Okay.
Anyway.
So I gave it the position after 91, 95 because it seemed logical.
Sure.
What's it saying? Is it still working?
Much better for white, apparently.
Wow.
I've told you, Patzers. In the meantime, Wesley So in a must-win situation against Magnus Carlsen, and Wesley has chosen the Karjakin as his go-to weapon.
That is the weapon.
I do want to mention something about that because it's kind of funny. In that position after 91, 95, I'll give you one guess as to what Leela wants to play here.
Rook f4.
Okay.
No, that would be less funny.
Can we get to how many guesses?
H4.
Exactly, H4 followed by H5, which is it's insane. Like it just does this in every single position. And here, honestly, I don't think it's all that great. But clearly, I'm arguing with the supercomputer, so I should stop. But I think it's not weakening the black queen side as much as it weakens the white one. But yeah, nonetheless, and it obviously makes no progress for white, at least not in the immediate future. So I suspect it's a kind of a huge advantage for white, which is even for Leela a draw as the end result. But yeah, more than a full pawn here, which frankly surprises me because black on black I think has perfectly.
I can explain. Rook 5, bishop 3.5, 5 minus 3.5, 1.5. Then some positional factors, like half. So +1.
Okay.
If you had to give Leela a voice, you know how years ago it was actually Malcolm Payne who was the voice of Fritz.
I would choose whoever does the Leela voice on Futurama. Like, why not keep the same?
No, you have to
voice?
assign it a famous chess player's voice,
Yeah.
past or present. I think as Victor Korchnoi.
No. I think that's ideologically completely wrong.
Okay.
I think it has to be like I also think that the Futurama voice is the way to go. But if that is not available, it should not be somebody from the world of chess.
What about Adiban's mom? She's called Leela.
I would need to speak to her for at least like a couple of sentences before I pronounce judgment. But it's a sound suggestion.
So, can somebody explain to me in
He's
the
gone e4 Dubov now. It's priced, but
just we will come back to this, but why on earth would you play the Karjakin in a must-win situation?
What do you mean? It's
that's a
an
very
absolutely
legit
universally accepted best choice by this point.
Is it?
I think. Yeah.
For a
That
must-win?
is. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm a little bit unclear on what the current thinking is you're supposed to do, let's say, after knight d2, move 3. But the Kara as a must-win game choice has been
over playing a Sicilian or some kind of.
It's basically the Kara, or specifically I think the Rauser Richter.
What?
Because everything else kind of allows force draws. Yeah.
No.
it sounds strong to me. I've seen a lot of
Very
e6 and so in these situations as well. But yeah, it's not a pleasant spot no matter what you do against, well, Magnus, but any world-class player having to win with the black pieces. What's going on here, though?
You're telling me there aren't force draws in a Caro?
Fewer than in other openings, I think. Yeah, and easier to avoid. Like 3-5 is what everybody seems to be playing these days, but that definitely lends itself to very complex positions, which are probably better for white, but who cares?
Exactly.
It's a position with 32 pieces on the board.
Right.
And as I said, for me, the big question would be, what are you supposed to do if white just goes knight c3 or knight d2, as I did against Stanish in Baku 2015 in the semifinal after I won the first one with black. And he just played d4 knight and bishop f5, and that seems wrong because there white has a lot of options to just vacuum many things off the board. But like d knight d7 or d knight f6 and then ef, or well, Wesley just took a repetition apparently. Wesley is not a believer in beating Magnus with the black pieces, I guess.
Wesley's
Come
done
on.
that while securing his position in the CCC. Yeah, that's a bit disappointing. Come on, Wesley.
No, Wesley.
Down to 0, and he repeats moves here. It's not like you're playing for rating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, what do you have to lose?
Maybe he's got better things to do on his Sunday than try and.
I understand his chances might be whatever, below 1% to win this match now. But try.
Yeah, it's not really in the spirit of the tournament, I have to say. You can't imagine Daniel Dubov taking a draw here.
Yeah,
Also, how bad is
a
the
bit
position if I go knight g4? Like,
honestly,
why is it so
as
hopeless?
Jan said, mathematically, he's probably not throwing away too much equity, but that's no.
No.
Yeah. Honestly, I struggle to remember something like this happening before.
I think Grishuk once did it, no? Or no, was it Morozevich against Grishuk? Anyway, we're being joined by the world champion. Magnus, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
What happened in that last game? We're just struggling to explain what happened. You just repeated moves?
I don't know. I guess he just figured there are 2 more matches and he'll try to win those.
Yeah, it's, I don't like it one bit. I think it's actually a huge disappointment for us, for the fans, for the tournament. I mean, play the match, man. It's a shocking. I think it's actually a very unsporting decision.
Yeah, honestly, in the shock of seeing the game disappear off my screen, I forgot it's only the first set, which makes it slightly less of a shock, but still, yeah, not what
you have to try and win the match. You have to try and win the game. You're not out of the match. It's not as if Magnus has got mate in 5 on the board. It's just an equal position. Just play chess. I'm
not suggesting this is good. I just, for a second there, I forgot he's not out of the quarterfinal yet, and I thought it was worse than it was, but it's still very, very unusual to see this happen.
Hey, Magnus, before we get to your match, can we get a quick evaluation on how you feel Karjakin's chances are of winning.
I would just like to add that I have won a similar game against Wesley once in a very similar structure. So maybe he just felt like this was the structure and I just mated him on the king side. So maybe he was thinking of that, but anyway, I don't know. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sit and dwell too much on that, obviously. Yeah, it was obviously a pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah, and game 2 was obviously shocking because your position looked a bit ropey at some point.
Yeah, I think I made a number of questionable decisions in the opening, but I feel like the worst of them was rook d2 e8 when I did that. So basically, I thought I'm gonna play the d rook and I'm gonna keep h4 in reserve, and it hadn't crossed my mind that he could go h4 himself. And I think like this is one of those cases where you're I mean, at least Peter would seriously have considered resignation at this point.
Nah, come on.
Like, it just looks so horrible. Like, if let's say I go knight f8, trade on e6, I just have no chance. He goes, he goes knight e2, queen g5, and good luck. But yeah, somehow in the game, I think he must have missed the knight coming to f6, g4. It became pretty murky.
But yeah, but also you did it like at the third time of asking, which we couldn't quite understand. You could start even here.
Yeah, I was wondering.
But here I didn't see it.
That explains it.
Yeah.
That covers it. Yeah.
Time, so there was b5. Let's say, yeah, b5. So he went
92. Yeah.
92. Yeah, here knight f6 was not very appealing because he takes and takes a knight f4. But this time I saw it. And then after what happened in the game, knight c3, then I sort of thought knight f6, he might sack the exchange again. That's what I thought, and then get c5, and it all felt a bit dodgy to me.
You don't know what you've just done, Magnus.
I mean,
maybe it does.
We do think alike.
Yeah, I know, but please don't.
They hate it. They cannot stand it. On a more serious note, so yeah, and then at the end of this game, he just completely lost control of the wheel. Wesley, he rejected this repetition.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, I was not thrilled about this queen c7, but the more I looked at it, I mean, I sat there, calculated for a couple of minutes. Like, I was considering whether I should go rook d8, but that's a bit too desperate, I think. So I just had to figure out that this king march is actually too slow for him after what happened in the game. Like, he cannot actually, he's trying to get the king to f6, but it's just too slow since I'm just queening my pawns. So maybe he had some other more more subtle ways to play, but it certainly wasn't easy at this point. And yeah, here I think b3 and b4, I'm absolutely fine, and he probably should do what he did in the game.
There was one moment where the chat was yelling at us that white could win. I think after a2 in particular, they said here white had a chance, like rook 5 to e3 back or something. They said white was all of a sudden better.
Oh, I didn't see that. It's not so clear though. Is it bishop e4?
We haven't checked. Just people were saying this was a chance he might have had.
Knight, rook a1, bishop b1, king g5. I'll go f4, then take an e7. I've seen worse.
Fair enough.
In this game. Okay, maybe he's winning somehow there.
He goes king e5, d5, wins the c5.
D5, D5. Yeah, okay, I've actually not seen worse. And I suppose if I take on e7 immediately, he could take some g6, king e6, king h5, king d5, king g5, king d4, h5, king c3, h6, f4, rook a2. Yeah, I'm too slow.
Anyway.
Okay, whatever.
Time and all that was good.
Okay, well, after what happened in the game, I was sort of a little bit disappointed that after getting the rook to g4 that there were no winning chances for me. So I thought I just have to be a little bit careful here not to get mated. And there was some thought of like that he could get tempted into trying to win, which would be a bit stupid, but yeah, obviously it was a big ask to win this game.
We should, in the meantime, update
That's
everyone.
That's not over yet. That
is
that
not
is a
over.
disconnection.
There's a disconnect problem.
There's a disconnect.
The white one. Okay,
Like,
okay.
You wouldn't march the king to b8 and then
Resign. Yeah, that was a bit strange. Okay, then
You
back to
could
this.
think of going like putting the bishop on d8, the queen on c7, attack a5. Probably that's just one threat though.
What we do,
Yeah.
we cover it.
I also wonder if it's possible for White to suddenly decide that his position is dangerous enough that he needs to start pushing for b4.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Then he's probably going to either win or lose the game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the sort of.
So we had this argument a little bit on air. Like if I showed you a position, can we go back? I don't know if you were you listening at that point or not. Move, let's say 28. When was the position we discussed? In the Karjakin
Magnus
game.
wasn't here. Magnus wasn't here yet. I don't think.
In the Karjakin game.
Ah, you mean the rookie 3 business, or what are we talking about?
No, let's say go back to let's say move 28 or wherever. Yeah.
I mean, obviously you take an e3 when you have the chance.
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah.
like, what's your evaluation of the position after 91, 95 here?
I would think White is slightly better, but closer to a draw than anything else.
Peter, you're not finding any takers for black is
Okay.
better. Give it up.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I can see your argument that the pawn pressure on the queen side is so good that White is never really breaking through or anything. So I don't know. I just don't buy it.
Okay.
Bruce Pandolfini would say black is better here.
But what color you would choose in a 15-minute game, I would say black any day. That's not the question.
That part for me was completely settled. I honestly feel like maybe even objectively it's sort of more kind of easier and more pleasant to play with black regardless of the time control, but maybe that's a bit too much. And the machines give White a huge edge. Like Lila apparently screams that White is close to winning.
Yeah, I really wonder what plan it has.
I want to know about your first game against Wesley. We were discussing this position after f takes g5, and we thought knight c6 unclear and rook c8 feels completely lost. Did you have that feeling too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have zero to add to that.
No. Any explanation what he missed, or?
I think he may have underestimated knight f3. He probably was hoping for king f2, queen d2, bishop e2, knight c6. With, I guess, some kind of draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my only explanation. It could be that he also really didn't like knight c6.
But that's harder to explain to me.
Why?
Because
Exactly. That's not really.
I don't know. Like I have moves like rook h4 or gh, rook h4, for instance, or
yeah, that looks interesting.
Yeah, like queen moves, I go knight f3, and it feels like
f6.
but it
no,
feels
but that's a game of chess. Yeah,
yeah, it's a game of chess. Like I feel like it's easier to play white, but I'm sure black can hold it or better in many ways. It was yeah, but rook c8 is, I guess, some kind of very sad attempt to force a draw, but it just doesn't work at all. And
yeah, it was actually very surprising to me personally, for instance, to find out that only 2 moves actually win after king h7. The one you made and also rook h4 wins. But let's say king f3, which is something I was suggesting is more or less a draw after f5 followed by knight c6, knight takes d4 check.
Yeah, that's not a shocker to me, actually. Knight f3 feels very, very important, just not to let him take this piece.
But after knight f3 is also more or less game over, no?
Yeah.
I mean, I just had to calculate that rook d1 in the game is mate. That's about it.
So
and there was actually another cute line there as well. If he goes queen b3 after bishop d3 in the game, then I got rook b1, and he will inevitably be forked on e5. Rook h8 and then knight e5.
That's cute. Yeah, it was just not Wesley's day, and I want to make something very clear. I'm a big Wesley So fan. I mean, I've known Wesley for a long time. He's a great chess player and great ambassador, but I think what he did today is not in the spirit of the competition, to be brutally honest, just to clarify my position on this. I think
I would say let the man redeem himself in the next few days.
Sure, let him come back and give you a proper match, but you know, for me, it's not really.
No, but it's also actually even a little bit. I understand the situation changed because 0-2 is not 0-1, but it's very incongruous with how he played game 2. In game 2, he refused the repetition in a position where
precisely.
I'm sure he himself understood he needs to take the repetition by this point. The position probably will go sharply downhill if he doesn't. But there he kind of understood that match situation demands he play on. And after that, to see him not do exactly the same in game 3 was a little bit of a shock, frankly.
All right, but it's easy to criticize being 2-0 down against Magnus.
Well, I think
taking a breather.
At that point, also, like, you gotta know yourself also, like your own feelings. Like, probably, like, he genuinely felt that it was better for his chances in the quarterfinals if he just gives it up at this point.
Yeah.
So
don't get it myself.
And we're hearing that the game 3 of Dubov Karjakin is about to resume, hopefully, because Sergey managed to reconnect, so that game should be.
What happened with you? Wesley got disconnected, or what happened there earlier?
Yeah, I think he was disconnected. Like, he was gone from the server, and he was gone from Zoom as well. And it's a bit of a weird situation when you're the one who hasn't disconnected, because clearly you have to sit where you are. You cannot go anywhere, because then you could check stuff, but you have no idea what your opponent is doing. So I'm not suggesting in any way that any of these players would try an angle there, but it's a bit weird that you get the advantage from disconnecting, because you get to resume in the position that you had, and you will be basically off the grid for a while, free to do whatever you want. So it's a bit weird.
How can we fix it though?
No, I mean, obviously there are cameras around the room, and I'm no way suggesting that anybody would do it, but it's a bit of a weird situation to be in. also like in my game we were at move 12 deep in theory, and like if you haven't checked those lines, being able to check them at that point would be a pretty big advantage.
No, I said the same thing. We're not implying anyone does, but it must be a weird feeling that someone could look at their lines in the opening, which is weird thing about online chess.
For sure. But yeah, then again, as we said, we have cameras and we have great people playing these events, people who we would never in a million years suspect of anything. So all of that's good, but it's still like slightly uncomfortable.
In the meantime, the Karjakin Dubov game is back up and running. Did you see what Dubov did in his second game with Black?
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. He just he just advanced everything and then won an exchange, and then Sergei resigned. Is that correct?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I think he lost on time, but yeah, the description. But somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure White is not even doing that poorly. I think maybe Rook F5 wasn't forced.
Yeah, but I saw a computer said Knight C5 is good instead of Knight D2 on move 20, which is actually pretty awesome. Like,
whoa!
One of the ideas is Bishop F5, Queen C6, Bishop C8, Knight B5, and here a threatening Knight A7 followed by Queen B7.
Wow.
That is really nice.
Yeah.
That is.
So
really
after Knight B5, Black is just lost.
All right. And
so that would have been pretty awesome. So okay, the game is going at the moment. He needs to look out for Rook F7, which I'm sure he's gonna do. I would bring the Rook to D7.
Also, colors clearly are reversed.
Here we are. Sorry. Yeah. He put the Rook on H7.
Well, for the same reason, he needs to make sure he never allows that exchange returned on F7. Yeah, it's just very difficult to make any kind of progress here for Black, sadly, because H4, G4 doesn't really improve your chances. Pushing F5 is almost never possible with the pieces being where they are. Looks very nice, but how do you progress?
I mean, you could think of H4, bringing the Queen to H6, maybe the Rook to D7, then start poking around with the Bishop.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the way to go. Queen D8, H8, H6, and start threatening Bishop E3, Bishop D4, or Bishop F4 if one of the rooks gets distracted to cover the E3 square. He might have to go for something like this eventually.
Yeah, but he's doing the wise thing and lulling Daniel to sleep. And if there's somebody who has the patience to do this kind of thing, then it is Karjakin. So
yeah, and I don't know. I'm probably kind of confirming my status for liking unnatural things, but I was. Did you see the women's Armageddon in the Steinitz?
No, not really.
Because like I understand it's probably kind of not the right thing to be admiring properly, but basically in the Armageddon there, Li Tingzhe, she at some point got a very, very poor position, but in a structure where Katerina is more or less winning structurally, but there are no breaks, and it's an Armageddon, so Black needs to win, and she just actually started shuffling the bishop back and forth for like 40 moves. With
but this means you can actually repeat as Black, though.
No, I'm not saying this is the same kind of situation. I'm just wondering if you saw that and what were your impressions.
No, I didn't see it, but I think it's not a bad strategy. I remember Peter Heine had this against Rajabov in Tripoli, I think, in 2004 in the Armageddon. Rajabov played some kind of knight b3 system. Peter Heine got an excellent structure with c5, e5, d4, and so on, against the bishop on d2. And so Peter was very, very, very happy with this position. And then he realized the dude is just going to flag me. So, because Rajabov was just shuffling his pieces around, doing nothing. Then what happened is Peter Heine did something desperate and just lost.
Happy birthday, Peter Heine Nielsen.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
so
did
now
you-
I have a concrete idea, which is to go rook b4, a5, a4.
Yeah, if
Okay.
it cannot be stopped, which it's actually a lot harder to stop than I thought originally. Yeah, because you can't really put the rook on a4 fast enough. Ah, yeah, queen a5 probably is.
And then I guess his idea must be queen b7 followed by rook b3, but convincing.
Yeah, that probably never works. Yeah, when white needs a draw, that always kind of.
And now bishop d1, rook b4, queen a2. That also works.
Because yeah, allowing a5, a4, it definitely starts becoming quite scary for white in practical terms.
That is quite a horse on e5, though. Isn't
That
it?
is a very nice horse. Yes.
Okay. So I guess with all of that shuffling, they've actually gained tons of time each on the clock. I can't see the clock times exactly here. But
Well, if those clocks are correct, it's like 7 minutes for Daniel against 4 for Sergey. So yeah, plenty of time.
75, so they've been at the structure for a while. Too.
Oh, queen g5.
what's that?
Active.
Okay, now a5.
I think maybe he wants queen d8 check and then rook takes f7, but he might get mated there. Yeah, like bishop.
Actually, it doesn't. Bishop d4.
Bishop f3. Yeah.
But you don't want to do that. You clearly don't want to do that. Let's say bishop e5 instead. Then h4.
Are we talking about rook f7 here?
Yeah. Yeah, bishop e5, then h4.
I might be in time with queen a5 and then just bring it back over, right? Like queen d2 here and hang on grimly. But
Yeah,
it's gonna be grim. Yeah,
it's gonna be mighty grim.
Yeah.
Has he got any ideas to? No, he doesn't want to do something ridiculous. Yeah,
No. There's.
I know what you're thinking about, Lawrence.
I know you know.
I mean, I was thinking briefly about the same thing, but he does have rook a2 though. This should be noted.
It's actually an important move. Rook a6, rook takes a5 being. Ah, no, you can't. F6.
f6
Queen
queen
d2.
d2, yeah.
Queen d2, we can still protect the rook. Yeah.
Karjakin goes queen c7, stops the check.
Yeah, he's a patient man.
This is a sort of position that Karjakin, Luke McShane, who else would really thrive?
Specialist.
Julian Hodgson would not like it.
Julian Hodgson definitely wouldn't like this position. Shout out to Julian Hodgson, by the way. I don't think I've done that for a while.
I think Jules is watching.
I think Jules is probably watching.
Daniel goes g4. I was about to ask if I'm gonna get excluded from the Cup Scouts for suggesting g4, but I think Daniel kind of lost patience here, and he wants a g bishop takes g4, rook b3, rook f7.
Okay, but you got to go h4 as black. I think you got to go h4 takes, and then you got to go, and then you go a5. Yeah, hope for the best.
Rook a2.
Rook a2, rook b4.
Yeah, maybe. But he's already taken. But the thing is, I think you can stop Rook F7 from happening here. I thought you can play something like King H7, Queen H4, King Bishop H6 or something.
The Bishop E6 is still happening.
Is it FE? And just D and Rook F7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this, I feel like, is showing more talent than the position requires. Which I think is always something you don't really encourage.
Yeah, Rook B7, I guess, stops all of this nonsense right now, yeah? Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe we take anyway, Bishop E6 and Queen goes somewhere, we go Queen takes G6 or something, yeah?
Yeah, and you can never make progress. Yeah, obviously you don't go to A5, you go like Queen B8.
But then, yeah, this is an internal pin, yeah. H4, H5, H6. This is just
Oof.
Nasty. So, yeah, it looks like Daniel in full control.
well,
Yeah, but in fairness to Karjakin, to come back from 2-0 is pretty impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, that's for sure. Yeah, but
Sorry, Peter, I have to do it once.
Oh, that was a dig at P. I got it. I understand.
Got it at the second try.
Rook
So
B7
now-
played, yeah, and yeah, now he needs to show his pedigree and take on F7 anyway. Come on.
He will.
He's
He's
gonna
bored
do
by
it.
all this
There's
shuffling.
Of
nothing
course
else.
he's going to do it. He's not even going to think about it.
Actually, there is something else. I think you could just win by going Bishop D. Oh, maybe not. I was thinking about just Bishop D1, H4, H5. But here they're okay. At least you get A5, so the game goes on.
That's probably good, though.
Yeah, it's not bad, but
Yeah, BA and then
flair, come on. Do the flair thing.
To quote somebody, he's showing far too much talent for this position. Then the position requires. Sorry, I think that was verbatim.
far more talent than the position requires.
Yeah, I like that. I think he's going to take on F7. It's clean, it's easy, it doesn't take long to calculate, and there's just you only need to make a draw, so no extra points for winning. I don't see why he would even tempt. Just cuts everything, practically.
He's also not spent a lot of time during all this shuffling back and forth, so you can take a minute now. He's got this.
He'll calculate something.
Okay, I think he's got this, so I'm gonna go.
All right.
Thank you so much, Magnus Carlsen.
Congratulations on a convincing day, and we'll see you in a couple.
Well, convincing enough. Sure.
Convincing enough. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, Magnus. Magnus Carlsen with I don't want to say smooth victory, but it was more a case of Wesley just didn't really turn out today.
Wouldn't call it a hairy victory, though, would you?
It was no. I mean, as I said, a huge fan of Wesley, and I'm sure he'll bounce back in the right way in the next match. So let's see. But for the moment, don't see Sergey saving this, regardless of what Daniel chooses here. And he does.
Yeah, Rook F7 played. Yeah, I think you do need to like double and triple check it, because you look very, very silly if you do this in a position which doesn't really require it, strictly speaking, and end up losing. But it feels very unlikely, you know. And also it simplifies the rest of the game for you, because it does feel like this is the one final calculation you will be required to make in this game.
And Sergey not exactly looking...
Yeah, Queen B8, Queen G6. Maybe the best shot Sergey has is Queen A7 somehow to run, but it doesn't really run anyway.
Where are you running?
Yeah, Queen E8 played. Yeah, and now H4, H5, H6 is just... He's played E5.
Dubov
Once
has
again
no time
showing...
for anything.
Yeah, once again showing a little bit too much talent. DE, D6 with the threat of Rook F7, Rook F7, D7. Among other things, but...
He might just win here, yeah?
I think he is actually going for the 3-0.
More flair than the nature boy.
Yeah, King of Fate though. How do we reply to King of Fate? Yes, we find
Maybe
a way. Yeah,
H4. No particular.
we could also include bishop d5, which doesn't seem like a mistake. We'll see in a moment. Yeah,
I like this.
yeah, but we didn't do it on a previous move. I don't know. Yeah, queen f5. Well, very nice.
This is just way too much class.
Too gifted.
It's way. I mean,
Yeah,
it is gorgeous.
very, very well endowed with talent.
Yeah, and
That took a surprising turn.
I think of all the players today, I have been most impressed by Daniel. His approach to this match.
Yeah, bishop d5, check, queen d7 will be Karjakin's last try there, but his problem is that white can even take on f7 there. And
Can we go king h2? Let me try to bungle this. No, he's gone bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5, queen d7, and now, yeah, sadly for Karjakin, queen f7, bishop f7 wins. Rook f7, d7.
d7, that's cute.
A little bit of finishing flair right there. Not required, I suspect. Something like queen g6 probably also wins here, but queen f7 is a cute way to round it off.
Is
like
done.
queen g6. But then,
Yeah, actually, queen g6 probably is just objectively stronger. Ends the game on the spot as well. Just no moves you can make.
choices.
Yeah, 4 minutes for this position. It's he's not letting go of this.
Not a problem. Bishop f7.
Bishop f7 played. Yeah, it's a take
Same.
on the same idea. Yeah.
Takes, and d7. So, just to get this right, we will have both matches finished in 3 games today, right? Which is the minimum number of games you can finish these matches.
Yeah, it's been a very bad day for Sergey and for Wesley, but these two players are warriors, and they will come back regenerated, hopefully refreshed, rejuvenized, and ready to bounce back, because they're actually both in must match win scenarios, of course. So
yeah, rook b3 played. Now bishop d5, bishop c6, and rook f7 actually wins for white. Something like rook a7 maybe wasn't losing on the spot, but yeah, you don't really care at this point anymore. Rook g5 as well. Yeah, rook g5 is probably cleaner, but doesn't really matter a great deal.
Doesn't matter all that much.
Hopefully we're going to get Daniel to join us.
Why wouldn't we?
And talk a little about today's victory. And remember, guys, the offers are still alive for all of you guys. 2 years premium membership, 150 euros off. You've got the Chessable course with Magnus Carlsen. You've got...
I still didn't get this shopping bag. Chess24, if you're watching. Someone sent me that shopping bag. I'll promote it live on the show by holding it proudly into the camera with the groceries I bought with it.
It can also be used as a beach bag, if anybody was wondering.
Personally, I think it's too early to go to the beach.
Actually, it's not that simple. And the fact that he's still thinking, after bishop c6, king d8, rook anywhere, there's rook b6. So this is why.
Are we jinxing him?
Not really, no. He has a drawer at any point here. But he is, I think, looking to just find the cleanest solution, which I suspect in this case will still win.
What about going rook g5 first? Question
Yeah, but
mark?
then bishop h6, I think, or bishop f6
Check.
even.
Sorry. Bishop c6, and then king back to f8 you want to go.
He's going rook f7 first, yeah, and now Sergey has to play bishop h6, and yeah, somewhat surprisingly, I wasn't able to find anything that sort of wins on the spot, but white has a match finishing draw at any point, like rook e7, king f8, rook f7 check. If he actually ends up doing that, he will be a little bit upset because he will have somewhat spoiled a quote-unquote masterpiece. But of course, it's a perfectly acceptable result.
Still, shout out to the Minister of Defense, because that position looked so lost that to even make it here is a pretty amazing achievement. And Dubov says, no draw for you, sir. Rook f6, bishop c6, check.
And now where? Now rook e6. Yeah,
That's
that is
cute, actually. Yeah.
That is very sufficient. Yes.
First of all, congratulations to Daniel Dubov. What a match. 3-0 against Sergei Karjakin. That is not easy. We will hopefully be back with Daniel. If not, we'll be back with a recap of the action after a short video that we shall play. So thank you guys for watching. We'll be back, hopefully with the winner, Daniel Dubov, in a moment.
This is genius by Dubov, tricking Magnus somehow.
With the Dubov spin, he doesn't play knight h4 like everybody does. Mr. Daniel Dubov, the Rapid World Champion in the year 2018. One of the best theoreticians out there, known for, blundering a lot of pawns in the opening and then continuing the game. Welcome back, everybody, to the quarterfinals of the Lindores Abbey Rapid Challenge. Both matches that we had today ended with convincing victories. The world champion Magnus Carlsen won 2.5 against Wesley So, and Daniel Dubov defeated his compatriot Sergei Karjakin 3-0. And what a match that was. We will be joined by Daniel any minute on this very program to have him talk about what happened, what made him choose h6 g5 in the black game after winning the first game with white, about the current shape of his abs and everything else that we want to know. Peter, that was impressive by Mr. Dubov, was it not?
It was extremely impressive. Yeah, I've been extolling the virtues of that approach from game one, and game two in particular. I thought was just such a masterclass on playing against the type of player Sergei Karjakin is. Perhaps the.
And there he is, Daniel Dubov. Congratulations! What a match!
Thanks.
So talk us through it. First game, was that a preparation battle? How long did you know all this stuff?
Yeah, I think it was played many times. It was played by Vidit, I guess. He tried it as white like a few times. Yeah, so in general, it's sort of a tricky line, which is kind of confusing for black, because basically if you manage to recall all the stuff, so yeah, he took on h1, and suddenly bishop g2, I'm pretty sure bishop g2 is like the only move, like otherwise it's just pretty much resigns. But I mean, still the position we got in the game where I finally collected the exchange. I mean, okay, the engine says it's like 0-10 or something. Right. But yeah, I mean, my friends and me had some, discussions about this position, and I was the one saying that basically it's very, very risky for black in a practical game. I mean, still you're in exchange down and you're basically looking for some like study-like defenses. So there are some lines where, for instance, black has to give up the A pawn and play some G5, G4, F5 to create some, I don't know, mysterious counterplay or something. So yeah, I don't think I played really well, but in general, the game shows what kind of a position it is. I think in general, it's very risky for black. I mean, okay, in a classical game, you can probably manage it. You like think for 30 minutes and look for like something very straightforward and smart. But if you just start playing by hand, then it's it can become dangerous kind of quickly.
Yeah, Peter, you were praising this Rook D1 Knight D5 business, no?
Yeah, Rook D1 we missed in the analysis. I thought black was completely fine, and then I saw Rook D1 being played, and I realized there was a very superficial understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, I actually don't think what I did was that smart. I don't think collecting H7 this way was a very good idea.
Machine likes it.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought in the game, like, I was really surprised by Knight B6. I expected him to play C3, to be honest. And then, okay, C3, King D3, you go Knight B6. You go... No, maybe you don't go... You go Knight E5 check, yeah. So you go C3, King D3 is only move here.
C3, yeah.
Yeah, you go Knight E5 check, King C2, Knight C4. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At least it feels natural. Like, you start... You're pushing a pawn and jumping with a knight. It cannot be a very bad idea. And yeah, I mean, then I was... Yeah, I'll play something, I don't know, but... yeah, like Rook E1, that was kind of my point. I was hoping for him to get to some stalemate here. But then even some King B5, King B4 was annoying, actually. Instead of Knight S3 check, you just go King B5, and then after King B4, Knight S3 check is a threat. I mean, obviously, it's not that I will lose it. It's like I can play some Rook E8 or something, but I think it's quite likely that after some King B4, A3, I will be sort of forced to go for some repetition.
Okay.
I mean, anyways, that's what I thought. I don't know if it was any good or something. So.
And in the game, it looked like smooth sailing. No, this knight end game, it's just winning.
Yeah, I guess so. I was worried till the very end. So I mean, it was quite a sadistic way to win it. Yeah, I mean, instead of like promoting your pawns 10 times, you just collect the pawn. But I was sort of worried. I wanted it to be like rock solid. So even here, it's obviously resigns, but I was extremely happy after A2 takes King B1. I was extremely happy about Knight B4. I mean, Knight C3 check, King C1, he starts running, and he's probably...
Well, like, Knight E2, Knight F4, G6 is actually kind of strong here. I wasn't sure what you're doing here at all. Like, this isn't bad.
No. I mean, sure, but yeah, I'm not capable of sort of counting moves. So I just wanted King B4, Knight B4, King C3, King D3, just go for domination. Yeah, and just like that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was I mean, probably it's been a while since black is objectively lost, but still I felt that there is some miraculous chance for him till like almost the very end, to be honest.
Looked quite convincing. Then, yeah, we talked a lot about your opening choice, of course, is H6, G5. Was that just you stuck with what you had prepared in spite of the match situation, or did you try to end the match as quickly as possible? What's the thinking now?
No, I mean, it's just like... well, my main point of this playing Philidor and everything is, yeah, I'm just trying to like show people that there is a big number of interesting clients. Right. I mean, obviously, if I play something, it means I sort of believe in it. Right. I mean, I know what the Stockfish says about the Philidor. I mean, believe me, I know how to use Stockfish. But
you can read 070.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, still, if I play it, then probably means there is some like different engine, or I have some ideas or something. And same
I lost a currywurst against Lawrence Trent because I bet you would repeat the Philidor.
I said, Daniel, that you wouldn't play the Philidor today and that you would try something also ostentatious.
Yeah, I mean, there is another match the day after tomorrow, so you can strike back, yeah. Just
we haven't discussed terms if it's.
Yeah, we don't know if we're going to, you know,
would be unfair if we discuss it with Daniel here. Might
yeah,
bias him if he knows the curve was at stake.
And this line, I mean, as well, this, yeah. Now I sort of play Philidor with colors reversed, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't.
So yeah, I mean, I thought, yeah, maybe white is, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to play something fancy, to be honest, and I didn't really care, like, if it's slightly better for white or it is not. I think the line in general is kind of okay. I mean, it is it's definitely far from big edge for white. I mean, it's not ridiculous for sure, and it kind of makes sense. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe it's like, I don't know, 0-20 or something, but it's not a joke anyway. And yeah, what he did felt somewhat strange to me, to be honest. It's a4, a5 concept, okay, a6, b6. So he tried to play like alpha 0, but alpha 0 plays h4, h5, h6, not a4. So, so that's a mistake.
Maybe it's played by beta 0.
Yeah, probably. Wow. And then I think we got a very interesting position. And then at some point, yeah, after g3, I just sort of admired, okay, it's way too difficult for me. I mean, I was like down to 5 minutes, and he had, I don't know, maybe like 4. And basically, yeah, I was pretty sure that knight e6 is not a very good idea, but then at least I know what I'm doing. I play bishop d7, queen e7, castle long. And otherwise, I mean, okay, in a classical game, I would probably spend like 30 minutes here trying to figure out what's going on. I had some knight g2 check, I had knight d5. After knight g2 check, king f1, he has some ideas with queen h5, and the rook takes h3 even in some lines. So let's say I thought here, maybe I play knight a5. Then if he retreats with a bishop, a6 is hanging, but I thought it's just rook takes a5, b takes, and queen h5, and he wants to take on h3. I mean, give me a break, I don't know what is it, but I thought, yeah, I just thought, okay, after knight e6, I'm probably worse, but at least it's easier to play for black, as we say.
We thought knight d5, bishop e6, like, also looked.
Yeah, it also makes sense, but then he has some weird moves, like, for instance, after queen e4, it's always sort of a ridiculous spot. I'm pretty much down to knight. Yeah. I'm pretty much down to knight d2 e7.
Okay, we missed that completely.
Which is probably okay. I mean, bishop b5, bishop d7. But then he will continue the game. He'll play like g4 maybe or something. Yeah, I don't know. I thought after knight e6, it's like it's the most obvious setup for me. So I just play bishop d7, queen e7, and castle. I'm pretty sure white is better, but yeah, I mean, it didn't feel. Like f5 is coming, he's down to 1 minute. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not what you really dream of as white. So yeah, I don't know. Then in the game, I think he just yeah, he lost on time. Although, yeah, I mean, in the end, I checked it briefly after the game, and I realized there is bishop takes b6. I actually thought I'm pretty much winning, but.
Magnus told us, I'm not sure if
knight c5 here, yeah.
Checked with the computer, he told us knight c5 here was good.
I mean, maybe...
yeah, that's
too much
reaction.
Yeah, but I mean, bishop takes f5, what's the point if I do like this?
Now apparently you are lost, because bishop c8, knight b5. And knight takes a7, knight next move.
And then queen b7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that would be... a little bit unexpected way to lose this game. Although even here I don't get it. So let's say knight g2 check. You have queen takes. In fact, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe. But let's say yeah, that's what I'm saying. Basically, if I would lose this way, it's not that I would regret it that much. I'm just trying to play something fancy and yeah, try to enjoy it as well. And in the game, I think yeah, knight f4. I was very happy. But then he played I think knight d2. Bishop takes, queen takes a6, bishop c8, and then he has bishop takes b6, which I completely missed. And then after cb, he just takes on f4, and it's sort of a pawn up comparing to immediate g takes. And he's probably fine, although, yeah, let's say my intuitive feeling is to pick up black here, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I was sort of okay with this kind of position. So I thought, okay, if I will lose, it's sort of fine. I just want to to have fun. And then the last game I didn't really enjoy, to be honest.
I'm sorry. Here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was kind of ridiculous. He played it in a very, very strange way in the beginning. So basically, he's basically like three tempos down comparing to some positions that is much worse for black. And I don't think it can increase his chances, to be honest. But then, after knight 8, I somehow lost the track, it feels. Because, I mean, I wanted to play it in an extremely solid way. Maybe I had to just, I should have played h4, h5, and just try to checkmate him. But I just wanted to prevent all kinds of queen e5, knight a to b6, and everything. And
yeah, we thought including bishop f4 here was smart, but...
Yeah, but then he plays knight e5, so what's smart?
And then we restructure to the usual, like queen c2, bishop d2, rook f1, and you get what you want.
You mean like this, and c3 isn't hanging. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, anyway, it feels like I had many good ways, and I started to play like an idiot. And then after queen b6, I kind of panicked, because after queen b6, my original idea was to play rook b1, not to allow rook takes c3 and everything. But there's bishop d4.
Yeah, then bishop h6, we looked at something like this.
Yeah, but then somehow, it starts to look annoying to me. I don't know, some queen b4 or something.
Yeah, it's no longer all under control, at least. Yeah?
No, I mean, it's bishop takes c3 and rook takes c2. I mean, it is under control, you just resign probably.
Under control for black.
Yeah. So this queen c2 was sort of, I mean, I was disappointed that I thought, okay, let's just allow him this rook takes c3. And then it was obvious that we'll play forever, basically. But then, I mean, I tried to play these positions as black. My good friend Sasha Marzevich plays this Benoni with rook takes c3, and we have looked at these positions, and I know that pretty much whatever happens, you cannot really win with black. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it does look ugly for white, but if you're not confused and if you're fine with playing some extremely ugly positions, then not too many bad things will happen. Then he started, we started playing. I was kind of happy to trade the knights. Yeah, and then I think it's kind of typical. And then he disconnected at some point. And that was the point where actually things started going... I mean, I was not excited about it, to be honest. So I think it's just... I think he played rook h7 after that. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. He's down to 2 minutes, and he's obviously struggling to find a plan. And then he simply gets like 8 minutes to think of, and then he starts all the same stuff. I mean, okay, it was not... I was really angry, to be honest. I mean, otherwise I would probably just, would have made a draw in the very end. But then, I mean, okay, after this disconnect and after he decided to continue the game, I was sort of angry. I thought, okay, he'll go all in, I'll just try to win it. So I was waiting for like a dozen of years, and then...
So you played very quickly, no? You were always ahead on the clock during these 100.
No, I mean, when I managed to find this like really impressive plan of playing bishop c2, d1, c2, I mean, it was kind of, I sort of knew what I'm doing. I was, I mean, I could play it somewhat quickly. But then this g4 basically shows that I was sort of, I was sort of angry, because basically there is no reason to do it, in fact. And especially after g4 takes bishop takes g4, so the point is rook takes b3, rook takes f7, and knight takes, and bishop e6. And a different line I was also proud of is king h7 here. And then I think I can play queen h4 check, bishop h6, bishop e6.
Yeah, Magnus showed it on stream.
Takes. I think I'm winning, or like at least forcing a draw in a very, very comfortable way. But still, it somehow shows that, it's not exactly how you normally make a draw. And then in the game, I mean, again, he played rook b7. I was just trying to, like I calculated rook takes f7 like 10 times, and I thought it works. But I was also like struggling to answer the question why on earth, as one of us says, I need it. I can just play h4, or I mean, whatever, I can play even
looked at
bishop
this,
d1. Yeah, bishop d1, h4, h5. I mean, you're never in trouble here. But yeah, I mean, I was kind of angry, so I just wanted to, I mean, I calculated, I thought it probably works. Takes, and this e5, d6, I mean, okay, it looks good.
No, the bigger question is if you don't play e5, if you just play h4, h5, h6.
Yeah, but then I thought it's like king f8, and then he starts doing something.
Yeah, name that something though.
I don't know.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, we're both Soviet school, yeah? I mean, we both feel like e5 is very tempting.
Sure, but...
So you are Soviet school.
Yeah, so, like, basically, if you sort of fail to calculate the lines, you tend to play e5, I think. Like, e5, d somehow feels like a very good transformation for white.
And then you could have... we thought you will play queen g6 after queen d7. Not that what you did is bad, but like... Yeah, somewhere here. Queen g6 instead of taking on f7 is...
Yeah, sure. I actually forgot about it. It was my original idea, but then I forgot what was... Because, like, my original feeling was that I was excited that I can... that would be weird, actually. Because my original idea was to, like, at very least, I said, I can force a draw by queen takes f7, bishop takes b7. And then he has bishop f6. Which I missed. And I mean, when I realized bishop b7.
Bishop b7, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, originally I thought it's just a draw and there is bishop f6. And then I sort of panicked. I realized I'm not capable of calculating anymore. And then what I did, I thought, like, at least it's very, very straightforward. I mean, queen g6, you never know. Maybe he has a check, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, how would you know? And bishop takes f7, bishop takes f7, you only need to calculate one line, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with your choices, just...
yeah.
Peter's very harsh on both e5 and bishop f7, I feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I can imagine. but yeah, I mean, anyway, I was sort of, I mean, again, otherwise I would just play rook e7 check, and yeah, I mean, there is no real point in winning 3-0 comparing to winning 2.5. But after this disconnect, I was sort of, okay, I mean, I thought let's...
Also, it gets you some style points, no? Like, winning 3-0 is cooler.
I mean, you don't exactly think of style points at this point. You just want to win a match. But yeah, I mean, here I was kind of... Also, I had like 4 minutes, basically 4 minutes to calculate the duration of 4 moves. I mean, it's... Yeah, it's close to a match, but probably enough still.
Yeah. All right, congratulations. That was some impressive stuff. Are you still in Yekaterinburg? What's going on with you?
Yeah, obviously I am, yeah. But okay, now I got all these like all these video toys, like cameras. I have to record everything and so on. So basically, I have no idea on how I could move all the stuff to Moscow. So it's yeah, I mean, definitely there is no way I'm coming back before the tournament will be finished for me, and even then I'll have to figure out how exactly I will move all this stuff. It feels like I have more things in Yekaterinburg already than in Moscow, to be honest. It's like second home.
So you live there now, let's face it.
Yeah, I live, yeah, I mean, exactly. But actually today there was a funny, so Yekaterinburg is a cool city. So today my friend Sasha Rozantsev and me, we walked, and some random people played chess in the very center of the city. And they normally do it, I mean, I sometimes follow it. And then Sasha, who lives here, I think it's the first time he saw them. And then suddenly they started to attack him, and they said, Sasha, could you play us, and so on and so on. And yeah, Sasha had to run while I was happy not to be recognized, and I could just, you know, put my steps in a very solid way.
I have a feeling that's going to change. Next year, same time, they will attack you, not him.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's a second home city, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, congratulations, Daniel Dubov. Looking forward to seeing more of you in this tournament.
Yeah, a commanding performance today by Daniel, and yeah, 2 very brief matches. Magnus beating Wesley 2.5-half. Daniel with the whitewash of Sergei Karjakin. These group of players will be back in 2 days' time Tomorrow, of course, we will be back to the first round of quarterfinals. Kari Nakamura won up against Levon Aronian after defeating him in a dramatic match and Armageddon, as well as the underdog Yu Yang Yi beating his compatriot in an absolutely amazing moment. If you didn't see it, he won on time in the Armageddon. So
let me see that schedule. I actually haven't looked at it. So yeah, it's the same guys that played yesterday are playing tomorrow, and then
exactly
from today, day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow, and then we'll get the pairings. So it's been a blast as always. Thanks to everybody for watching, for tuning in. Of course, remember to get yourselves over to Chess24. Get that premium membership. Have we got any Banter Blitz tonight? I'm not sure we do tonight. Nevertheless, if you do want to play the likes of David Howe.
Don't know. There is the after show with Pascal Charbonneau for sure.
There's definitely bunters today, but maybe not in English until maybe quite late in the day. There's one in German starting in 44 minutes, and I think there's one in Turkish starting in about an hour and 40. Everything is on the website.
Challenge all these people.
Absolutely. It's been fun, guys. Some really great chess today. And are we all back tomorrow? Jan, you're here?
I'm not sure. I could be departing any moment, but for now, yeah, I think it's the other shift tomorrow, but and then I have to learn the schedule one day. But everyone will be back. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Yep.
See you very soon.
See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Chess is simple. You just make the right moves.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 patzers.
Let's not just look at openings move by move, but let's try to understand a little something and look at a few typical structures that can arise out of a bunch of main openings. And hopefully, understanding these structures and the typical plans and the ideas will help you a little bit in your own practice. Laurent, what structures will we cover?
So first of all, we'll cover one very famous structure, Carlsbad structure, which can arise from the Queen's Gambit mainly, but from other openings as well, like the London system or the Karjakin.
So, fond childhood memories of the Carlsbad. Thank you. It's important for everyone to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, exactly. Then we'll have a look at some Rui Lopez, actually, which is the classical line, not the Marshall or the Berlin, but this classical position where White plays d4 and sometimes even goes like with the pawn on d5, even sometimes taking on c5. We'll see some nice game of Bobby Fischer here, and some nice cup of game after d5.
Here you will share your Russian upbringing with us. You have all the classical education in the Rui Lopez. Some nice examples there, hopefully. Then we move on to the French structure, which I don't understand particularly well, but this position has always intrigued me. Who's better and why? What are the plans? Why can White hope for an advantage? Is a space advantage such a big deal? And the French structure can of course arise mainly via the French after moves like knight c3, knight d2 or e5, but we also have a small detour into the Karjakin, which is very similar but not quite the same. I've always been intrigued by this
because the bishop can go out here, bishop f5, and it's of course assist times for black, but it's not. Life is not that simple, as we will see. And the last topic will be the symmetrical positions, which can arise basically from different move order, like the French exchange French or Petrov, which we're showing right now, or even the Berlin rookie one, where we will see an unfinished masterpiece from the current world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Symmetrical positions here, we mean these positions where either side is missing an e-pawn that are very common in today's practice. So this series is not intending to cover every pawn structure imaginable, but we hope we chose some that are instructive and relevant, and we hope that you'll enjoy it, maybe even learn something.